After 3 tries previously, the Red Sox are at 500 for the first time in 2011. Tonight, they welcome in the Baltimore Orioles for the first of a brief 2-game series. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox Baseball as the Red Sox return home. The road trip did not start well for the Red Sox. They dropped the first 2 games to the Toronto Blue Jays and then, of course, went to Yankee Stadium where things improved majorly. The Red Sox win all 3 games against the Yankees and come home red hot. A big part of that 3-game sweep by the Red Sox in New York was, of course, the play of Kevin Youkilis, who was powered up in a big way over the last couple of days. The numbers have been extremely good for Uke. On Friday night, Youkilis hit a 2-run home run in the 7th inning off Jabba Chamberlain. It turned out to be the winning run 5-4 victory for the Red Sox in Game 1. He was at it again last night when he hit a 3-run home run on Yankee starter Freddie Garcia in the 3rd inning. It would tie the game at 4 apiece. Youkilis' 5 RBIs against the Yankees tied for his most in a single-season series this year. He also drove in 5 runs against the Blue Jays earlier this month. We welcome in Jerry Remy. We welcome back Jerry Remy. As Jerry, the Red Sox had a very good road trip, and of course Adrian Gonzalez, a very big part of it.
Well, he's been very consistent all season long for the Red Sox, and he was really hot on this last trip. He's one of the reasons the Red Sox come back at 500, and you can see what he did on that last road trip through Toronto and Yankee Stadium, the .333 average, 5 home runs and 9 RBIs. Of course, he leads the American League in runs batted, and what people are seeing now is Adrian Gonzalez on the big stage. In San Diego, he was kind of hidden back there, and a lot of people didn't get to see him play. But now, over the last couple of nights, being on national television, watching him hit, the whole world knows about Adrian Gonzalez right now. Unfortunately for us, we're going to get to see him play the whole season.
Well, tonight we're going to be dodging the raindrops from Fenway Park. They continue to get the field ready. We're back with more after this. To be home, the first of a 2-game series between the Orioles and the Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Game 1 of the series against the Orioles, a team, of course, that got a new manager last year in Buck Showalter, turned it around at the end of the year, and this year got off to a good start. Then went through a lull, and now back to playing very good baseball. They're 5-1 in the last 6 games. They got off to the hot start, mainly due to their pitching. The Orioles posted a 2.33 ERA in the first 7 games. They had a couple of stretches where they struggled, going 2-11 and 1-6, but never more than 5.5 games out of first place. As I mentioned, they're 5-1 in the last 6 games, and part of that success can be attributed to the return of their shortstop, J.J. Hardy. Since he's come back, he's hit .400 with 2 home runs and 7 runs batted in. He's in the lineup tonight for the Orioles, and with more on J.J. Hardy and the turnaround of the Orioles, here's Heidi Watney.
John, J.J. Hardy has been a catalyst for the Orioles since his return. Since his return from the disabled list last Tuesday, the Orioles are 5-1, and as you said, he's batted over .400 with a grand slam in last night's win over Tampa. I asked Hardy how the team has been playing much better.
Some of the moves we made this offseason, I think the confidence, I know that all the guys in this locker room feel like we're capable of being really good, so it's not a surprise to us.
The Orioles are 9-3 when Hardy's at short and 10-17 when he's not in the lineup. As for the oblique, Hardy said the team really took it slow with him so it doesn't linger or get aggravated at all, since oblique injuries can be so tricky to come back from. He didn't do anything at all for 2 weeks, and he doesn't feel any lingering pain now. Don?
Thanks, Heidi. On the mound for the Orioles is Chris Tillman. He's 2-3 with a 6.16 ERA. His second career start against Boston. First pitch is coming your way next. Kia, AT&T, Toyota's official website for deals by Toyota.com, Sullivan Tire, and by Southwest Airlines. And welcome back to Fenway Park, everybody, as the Red Sox welcome the Baltimore Orioles to town on a rainy night from Fenway. The tarp has been taken off the field. It looks like we're going to start on time tonight, and certainly somewhat of a surprise as the rain has been coming down here for a while, and right now just kind of a light mist, and does not appear on the radar like it's going to get much better. So they might as well start it on time. Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, part of this four-man crew, as the Red Sox returning last night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning after their long game last night against the Yankees, and certainly happy to be home. And the Red Sox have a move for Terry Francona. It takes place just before the game, as John Lackey has been placed on the disabled list by the Red Sox. Was scheduled to make a start tomorrow. Obviously, he will not. There is Scott Atchison, who has been now activated by the Red Sox, officially recalled by the Red Sox, and is available in the bullpen tonight for Terry Francona. No word as to who is going to be starting for the Red Sox tomorrow in Game 2 of this series against the Orioles. The Red Sox have taken the field tonight at Fenway, so let's check out the visiting Orioles starting 9. It is Brian Roberts at second base, with Nick Markakis in right field batting second. Derek Lee at first base bats third. Vladimir Guerrero is the DH in the cleanup spot. Luke Scott is in left field batting fifth, with Adam Jones in center batting sixth. Matt Weeder does the catching, and he bats seventh. Mark Reynolds at third base eighth. And it's J.J. Hardy was at shortstop batting ninth. Well, 8 days in between starts for Daisuke Matsuzaka. His 8th start of the year, 7th appearance overall, as he is 3-3 with a 4.64 earned run average. He's worked in 33 innings so far in the year. Opponents are hitting at .216 against Daisuke. His last outing was a win back on May 8th against the Minnesota Twins. 6 innings, 5 hits, and 4 runs. He walked 2 and struck out 4. His career against the Orioles, he is 4-3 with a 5.73 earned run average.
The Red Sox defense tonight, they're 5th in the league. They've made 20 errors in the 40 games they've played. Kevin Youkilis will be at third base. Jed Lowry, the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Adrian Gonzalez, the first baseman. Left to right, Kyle Crawford, Jacoby Ellsbury, and J.D. Drew. And Jason Veritek doing the catching for Daisuke. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Jordan's Furniture.
Umpiring crew tonight, Adrian Johnson has a play calling the balls and strikes. with Fielding Culbreth at first base, Gary Cedarstrom, the crew chief, at second base, and Lance Barksdale is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
It's great to hear that again. And we welcome back Jerry Remy to the broadcast booth. How you feeling, Rem Dog?
I'm doing okay, Don. You know, a little setback with pneumonia, but feeling very good right now and happy to be back. Sorry to miss all that time, but I figured I'd come back when they get to 500, you know?
Might as well. Well, the Red Sox sweeping the Yankees over the weekend in New York, and of course now back at 500 at 20-20 as Daisuke Matsuzaka gets ready to work to Brian Roberts to get it started here in the first inning. Roberts at 2:22 coming into tonight's action. And the first pitch of the ball game from Daisuke is right back off him. It kicks to second base. Pedroia will flip to first, and it's not in time. Roberts will reach, and the question is, how is Daisuke? This looked like it got him in the stomach area or back around the letters.
A line shot right back at Matsuzaka. Let's see where this gets him. I don't know if it got any glove at all. And deflects out towards Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia makes a heck of a play and makes it a close play at first base. But Roberts is safe. It's hard to tell exactly where that got Matsuzaka.
He's kind of holding an area right below the letters.
The head first slide by Roberts at first base. Of course, will give him the base hit. But Daisuke looks like he got the wind knocked out of him.
Out there checking on Matsuzaka here, and right out of the gate this takes place, so right back at him. So going to try a few tosses here. It's Jason Varitek goes back in behind the dish.
That ball didn't look like it got any glove, did it, Don?
Not at all.
Let's take one more look at that shot back through the middle by Roberts, and let's see if we can see where it gets Matsuzaka. Now, he gets the glove up, but I don't think he got any glove at all. Looks like he got him right in the chest.
Well, Daisuke says that he is all right, and Terry Francona getting the translation here, and Daisuke will stay in. So Roberts at first base, and Nick Markakis coming up. Markakis at 245, 4 home runs and 14 runs batted in. Orioles coming in 19-20. They're a game under 500, 3.5 games back of the Tampa Bay Rays to start the day in the American League East.
Little check at first base on Roberts. He's got 4 steals on the season. He's been caught 1 time.
He's really been struggling at the plate, hitting at 104 since the beginning of May. But on here with a base hit and 2 hits yesterday. His pitch misses outside to Markakis. He's hitting at 245 this season, but picked it up over the weekend series against Tampa Bay. Red Sox infield a double play depth with nobody out here in the first inning. And Markakis golfs it foul off to the left, out of play.
Well, that shot back at Daisuke, that's the kind of thing that takes the wind out of you, it looks like. And I think for just a bit second there, he was having a tough time breathing.
That's the last thing Terry Francona and the Red Sox need now, is to have your starter leave after 1 pitch. Long pause for Daisuke, holding on to the ball for a long time, and then steps off. It's outside, ball 2.
Had a couple of heavy downpours right around 5 o'clock this afternoon, but since that time it has been this kind of weather here. Drizzle, cool, and damp.
As I mentioned earlier, it's not expected to get any better, so you might as well start it in these conditions if you plan on playing through them throughout the night. And what we're told, tomorrow does not appear to be much better. In fact, tomorrow could be worse.
I don't think it's going to get better till Friday.
It's great.
Going to bring some good news to you, Don.
Well, we got 2 here with the Orioles, and then we'll try to sneak in 2 with the Tigers. And a couple of 2-game series coming up here at Fenway Park, where the Cubs come to town for the weekend. There's a 3-1. Runner goes. Markakis with a swing and a miss. And no throw to second base.
Well, even on the wet track, Markakis goes on that 3-1 count. Not a throw by Jason Varitek, and Markakis picks up his 5th steal of the season. Excuse me, Roberts picks up his 5th steal of the season and gets in a scoring position.
Full count now to Markakis. As cheating in from short is Lowry, but no throw from Matsuzaka. Light mist falling here at Fenway Park on a chilly, raw, rainy night. 3-2. Is down low, ball 4, and he loses it. So Markakis down to first base. First 2 have reached here for the Orioles in the top of the 1st inning. Buck Showalter had a very good start to the year, and then they seem to sputter quite a bit, but now back to playing good baseball. Winners of 5 of their last 6 contests coming in. And the Orioles are a game under 500, but they've won the last 2 straight. Everybody bunched up in the American League East. Here's Derek Lee with a swing and a miss. Breaking ball from Daisuke.
Now Lee right now in a 5-game hitting streak. You see the numbers: 227, the 4 home runs, 13 RBI.
Got a 3-hit game against the Red Sox earlier this season at Camden Yards. Signed as a free agent to a 1-year deal after splitting last year between Chicago and Atlanta, as they check on Roberts at second base. Breaking ball sent foul off to the right, out of play. 0-2.
Back-to-back breaking balls to start off Lee. First one was way out of the strike zone. This one got more of the inside corner. Actually a pretty good pitch to hit by Lee, and you see he's frustrated by fouling that pitch off.
Look at the numbers during the 5-game hitting streak for Lee. Roberts at second base. Markakis at first. Nobody out. And Daisuke ahead here, 0-2. Lee hits it in the air to left field. Back goes Crawford onto the track at the wall. And that ball scraped the wall on the way down. From second base, Roberts will score. As Markakis stops at third, it's an RBI double for Derek Lee. And the Orioles jump out to a 1-0 lead. Ball, a wall scraper in left.
Well, Lee has never faced Daisuke Matsuzaka before. This is the first time. That ball's supposed to be away. It stays inside the fastball. First fastball that Lee sees, and he hits right off the top of the wall. So he started him off with 2 breaking balls, and he tried to come back with a fastball, missed location, and Lee takes it off the top of that left field wall.
So second and third, nobody out. A run in for the Orioles already, and here is Vlad Guerrero. And a wild swing and a miss, and a pitch down and away. Guerrero comes in totaling a .285 batting average, 4 homers and 14 runs batted in. He also had a 3-hit game earlier this season against the Red Sox at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Signed a 1-year contract as a free agent during the offseason. 9-time All-Star. Last year, very good season with the Texas Rangers. After spending all those years as a member of the Angels. 297 career average against Boston. 13 home runs. And it's a ground ball towards short. Lowry deep in the hole. Long throw will get there in time as a run scores. Markakis in from third base with a second Orioles run. There's one down in the inning.
Go back to the lead double. You see the run is caught. Not sure whether that ball's going to be out of the ballpark or not. And Roberts, who was halfway between second and third, he'll score. You can see Markakis on the way to third base. A pretty good job reading that left field wall by both runners in that situation.
One down, Derek Lee there at second base, and Luke Scott the batter. He takes ball one. Scott hitting it .234, 6 home runs and 16 runs batted in. Well, some of the Orioles bats have been picking up lately. Scott has gone in the other direction. He's home for his last 12 in the last 4 games. Hit a home run to Utah Street, Camden Yards in Baltimore when last we saw him. The Red Sox were at Camden Yards. So 5 of them out there on Utah Street, and ties for the most in park history with Rafael Palmeiro, who also hit 5. Outside, ball 3.
The Daisuke has tried about 5 changeups so far and has not thrown one for strike.
Luke Scott takes on the 3-0, and he takes strike 1. Two quick runs here for the Orioles in the first inning. And a runner at second base and Derek Lee with still just 1 out in the first. In the dirt, and there's ball 4. Down to first goes Scott. Second walk of this first inning given up by Daisuke Matsuzaka.
There's another changeup from Daisuke right there on the 3-1 count, and still can't find the strike zone with it. So that's about 6 here in the first inning that he's tried to throw that has not yet been able to find the strike zone.
So 1 out, first and second, and Adam Jones coming up.
Best pitch so far for Matsuzaka has been that big sweeping breaking ball.
Numbers for Jones, who has 5 home runs, 22 runs batted in. There's ball 1 away. Daisuke behind again. Jones sits safely in 11 in his last 13 games. Fooled on it, and it's 1-1. Look at that breaking ball. It's been working for Daisuke. There it was.
Yeah, that's certainly been his best pitch here in the early going. He's got a couple of swings and misses on it, especially when he keeps it away from the right-handers.
This time 2 out outside in this bid, and it's 2-1. SK has won 3 straight decisions at home against Toronto. At Los Angeles, got a no decision against the Mariners, but then a win last time out against the Twins. They gave up 3 runs in the first inning of that outing against Minnesota. Would give up 4 though as he hung around for 6 innings before departing. He's given up 2 here in this first inning. There is ball 3. Again against the O's in his career, 4-3 with a 5.73 earned run average. This marks his 10th start against the Orioles. Ball 4, and there's the third walk of the first inning allowed by Daisuke. And this will load the bases for the Orioles with still just 1 out.
Right now, you got to wonder, if that line drive off the chest had anything to do with this, because right now, Daisuke Matsuzaka has command of nothing. First pitch of the ball game, the line shot right back up over the middle to Daisuke, hits him in the chest. And since that time, he has really struggled here in the first inning.
Young out to talk to him here. And it's a bases loaded, 1 out situation. 2 runs are in. And he's got to deal with the big Orioles catcher Matt Wieters coming up. Matt Wieters checks in, hitting at .265 on the season. 4 home runs and 21 runs batted in. Ball 1. SK has been behind just about everybody so far here in the first inning. And this next pitch will be the 25th of this first inning, still with only 1 out. Wieters hits a pop-up to shallow left as Crawford comes in, and he'll make the catch. Not trying it from third is Lee, as Crawford gets it back in quickly, 2 down.
Well, even though Matsuzaka gets an out with that pitch, it still was not the location they wanted to go to. They wanted to go inside against Wieters. The fastball goes away, and fortunately they get the pop-up shallow to left field. See where that pitch goes? Supposed to be inside, according to Jason Veritek, but it stays away. But the result is still good for Matsuzaka.
So 2 down, bases reloaded. And here is Mark Reynolds sitting at 183, and he has 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. And a swing and a miss for strike 1. Reynolds 4 for his last 28. Came over from the Arizona Diamondbacks in exchange for right-handed pitcher David Hernandez. Breaking ball and a swing and a miss, 0-2. Daisuke going back to it again.
And he could use another strikeout right here. Reynolds has struck out 40 times already this season. There's the breaking ball again. That time keeping it away from the right-handed hitter.
A little harder, too, at 79 miles per hour with that breaking ball. He had been using it at about 77 as he's jumped ahead here. 0-2. Mark Reynolds, 8th member of the Orioles to bat here in the first. And it's outside. Veritek lunging to his right to grab that. Three walks in the inning. 2 hits for the Orioles, and so far 2 runs. On the ground at third base, Euclid will go to second for the force out. That ends the inning. The Orioles get 2 in the top of the first. The Red Sox are coming up. 2-0 lead over the Red Sox, and the Red Sox are coming up. The starting lineup for the Red Sox brought to you by New England Chevy Dealers. It is Jacoby Ellsbury in center field leading it off with Dustin Pedroia at second base, Adrian Gonzalez at first base, Kevin Youkilis in the cleanup spot at third with David Ortiz at DH, J.D. Drew in right field bats sixth with Jed Lowry at shortstop seventh, Carl Crawford in left eighth, and Jason Varitek doing the catching. He bats ninth. On the mound is Chris Tillman. His eighth start of the year comes in with a 2-3 record with a 6.15 earned run average. Opponents hitting at .292 against him as Tillman makes his second career start against the Red Sox. And he's had a tough time away from Camden Yards. 16 career road starts. He's 3-8 with a 6.19 earned run average. And that one start against the Red Sox was the shortest start of his career. Couldn't get out of the second inning, June 4th of last year in Baltimore. He's tagged 4 earned runs on 5 hits in just an inning and a third against Boston.
He's coming off a very good start last time out against the Seattle Mariners, where he got a win in that ball game.
Ellsbury hops it up, foul, back and out of play. Look at those numbers in that outing against Seattle. 6 innings, giving up 3 hits and a run, and 5 strikeouts. Last year had 3 different stints in the majors with the Orioles. 2-1. Ellsbury with a swing and a miss. And it's 2-2.
The change up that time from Tillman, keeping it away from Jacoby Ellsbury. Maybe a little bit higher than he would like it, but still effective.
Inside, full count. Ellsbury hitting just under 300 now, 299. 4 home runs and 19 runs batted in. Ellsbury down the right field line towards the pole, and it is a foul ball. Came up short of the pole and ended up in the first row.
Heading down toward pesky pole, but falling short. Once again, that was that changeup. That time it stayed inside, and Ellsbury out in front of it.
Tillman throwing a no-hitter in the minor leagues last year, April 28th for the Norfolk Tides. 3-2 is to left field and in for a base hit. Luke Scott over to play it on a hop as Jacoby Ellsbury is aboard to begin things here in the first inning.
Well, Jacoby finally gets that fastball from Tillman and shoots it to the opposite field on one hop to Luke Scott. So Ellsbury with his 12 steals at first base.
So Red Sox have a lead runner on here in the first inning. They try to answer the 2 runs put on the board by the O's in the top half of the first inning. Pedroia hitting at .247, 2 home runs, 10 runs batted in. He spins out of the box. Pedroia 0 for 4 in the game last night against the Yankees, 4 for 11 in the series. And last night walked a team-leading 28th time. That's a high fly ball down the left field line. Scott over, but that will make the seats and out of play. On Saturday, Pedroia was 3 for 4. His 5th 3-hit game of the year, tied for second most in the American League. Now has hits in 6 of the last 8 games. Quick check and back to the bag is Ellsbury. in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-1.
Seeing the pitches now from Tillman, the fastball, that last pitch, the curveball, and of course the changeup, threw a couple of those to Ellsbury.
Field set up straight away on Pedroia. He's ahead in the count, 2-1. Hops it up. Foul ground as Lee steps over towards the Red Sox dugout. Wynn gives it a push, and he's able to make the basket catch right at the short wall. So Pedroia retired for the first out of the inning, and a nice concentration play here from Derek Lee.
Yeah, that wind tonight blowing straight in from center field, and that was pushing the ball back toward the stands, and Lee had to make the basket catch to record the first out for the Orioles.
One down for Adrian Gonzalez. 9 home runs now for Adrian, 34 runs batted in. First in the American League in RBIs with 34. In the top 10 in average, hitting at .319. Makes him 7th in the American League. As he takes ball 1. Third and multi-hit game so far in the season. Howie Kendrick first, Ichiro Suzuki is second, and then Adrian Gonzalez. And look at the month of May for Adrian. He's got 8 home runs in May. In there for strike 1, 1-1.
And using the whole ballpark with those home runs, Don, as you told me, the ones in Toronto going to the opposite field. I saw the one that he hit against Sabathia pulling the ball at Yankee Stadium.
It has been impressive. You looked at him at the first month of the season and you wondered about the power a little bit as he goes the other way on a line drive. And a base hit for Adrian Gonzalez. Ellsbury takes second, and the Red Sox have 2 on, 1 away.
Now, what a beautiful job of staying back there by Gonzalez. He gets a changeup at 77 miles an hour, and look at him stay back and drive that ball to the opposite field. Picture perfect opposite field swing there on an off-speed pitch.
So 2 on, 1 away, and Kevin Youkilis coming up. That's it. 246, 7 home runs, and 25 runs batted in. 2 home runs in his last 3 games, and 6 RBIs in the last 4 games. Pitch in the dirt. Youkilis coming in with a 4-game hitting streak into tonight's action. The average certainly not where Kevin is used to hitting at 246 coming in, but power numbers have been good. 7 homers and 25 runs batted in. Strike 1, 1-1. Ellsbury at second base, Gonzalez at first base, 1 out. Just off the outside edge, 2-1. Ortiz waiting on deck, 1 down here in the first. And a swing and a miss, 2-2.
Youkilis has been seeing an awful lot of breaking balls. This time he gets the slider right there, as you can see from Tillman. Down and off the plate.
outside, ball 3. Tillman not happy with that last pitch, and the landing area kind of slipped a little bit at the end. Full count.
Plus, any time it's drizzling like this, going to get a little heavy out there in the mound on the base pass. That grass is going to be quick.
Light mist falling here at Fenway Park, as it has since the beginning of this game. 20th pitch of the first will have to wait as Tillman bluffs off the backside. Ellsbury at second base, Gonzalez at first, 1 down. Ball 4, he walks him, and the Red Sox have him loaded in the first. First walk given up by Tillman of the night, loads the bases with 1 down, and David Ortiz coming up. David hit a solo home run last night, his 5th go-ahead run. Part of the Red Sox win. He's gone deep in 3 of his last 5 games. And Big Papi up to 7 home runs on the season. 19 runs batted in and .295 average for David. As he takes the high strike. First time Tillman has been ahead on the night. First pitch strike. Ortiz taps it foul and is quickly down 0-2.
High fastball to Ortiz, followed by a changeup down and below the knees. And very quickly ahead of David, 0-2.
Offensive swing, protecting the plate, sends it foul. Well, the Red Sox had a long night getting back in here from New York last night. Of course, the Yankees had to go all the way to Tampa Bay after the ball game last night, and the Yankees are out to a quick start tonight. They're in the 4th inning in Tampa Bay. New York with a 2-0 advantage over the Rays. 0-2 pitch. He's in the dirt, 1-2.
4th inning. What time they start that game? 6 o'clock?
Either that or they're flying. Then again in our game, Daisuke threw 29 pitches in the first inning, and Tillman is about to throw his 25th here of the first. Ortiz may have gone. They checked, he did. Lance Barksdale rings him up from third base, and it's the first strikeout for Tillman, out number 2 of the inning.
It's a change up to Ortiz. Let's take a look from the side. Looks like he did break the wrist on that swing.
So 2 down in the inning, bases loaded, and J.D. Drew coming up. Drew walking a season high 3 times in the game last night, hitting at .234. 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. Drew was 1 for 8 in the series against the Yankees. Ellsbury at third base, Gonzalez at second base, and Youkilis at first base. 2 down in the first. Red Sox trailing 2-0. And a swing and a miss, 1-1.
I've seen both pitches, Matsuzaka and Tillman in this first inning throwing an awful lot of changeups. Very effective changeup there to J.D. Drew.
Drew on the ground to first. Lee knocks it down. He'll flip to Tillman, who covers and gets out of the jam in the first inning as the Red Sox leave them loaded. We have played one. It's 2-0 Orioles. Tickets are available in a variety of locations for the game, and don't forget, you can always get last-minute tickets to every Red Sox game at the Day of Game ticket window, located in Gate E on Lansdowne Street. The Day of Game ticket window is open 90 minutes before each game, so line up early. Visit RedSox.com or come down to the park to get your tickets today. Daisuke Matsuzaka back on the mound again for the Red Sox here in the top half of the second inning. Of course, struck by a line drive right back at him that appeared to get him right below the letters. And Daisuke stayed in. He did walk 3 in the first inning, gave up 2 runs in that first inning. Had to throw 29 first inning pitches. And here he is in inning number 2. J.J. Hardy leading it off for the Orioles here in the second inning. Hardy, Roberts, and Markakis to bat here in the second. Hardy missing a month with an oblique strain that kept him out of the lineup for the Orioles, and since he's been back, he has been hitting very well, and the Orioles have been playing good baseball. So 400 with 2 home runs and 7 runs batted in since coming back on May the 10th. Had a grand slam last night as part of the Orioles' 9-3 win against Tampa Bay. 3-0 pitch. There's strike 1, 3-1.
Last 2 fastballs from Matsuzaka have been 87 miles an hour, and the last one on the 3-0 count 85.
Ball 4 and down to first base. 4th walk given up by Daisuke. Let's check in with Heidi.
Done with a sweep of the Yankees over the weekend. The Red Sox are finally at the 500 mark for the first time this season. Terry Francona was asked if that lifts a burden off of the team.
I do think, though, a little bit we fought to get here, and it means we're getting somewhere. Certainly by no means where we want to be, but we're making progress. I think more than that, I'm just a little more pleased with how we're playing. Sometimes I think we talked about this the other day, sometimes wins are hard. And, you know, all good teams go through periods where you reel off a few wins and it seems like you got it going. But you got to find ways to win when it's not real easy.
Both John Lester and Adrian Gonzalez told me it is a relief to finally get to that 500 mark, but they can't let their foot off the throttle at all. In fact, Gonzalez said getting the sweep of the Yankees was more important to him than being 20-20. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. Red Sox on 3 different occasions had the chance to even up their record. Finally got it done last night, and Francona was talking about it before the game earlier that had he been told in spring training it would take until May 16th for the Red Sox to get 500, he wouldn't have been Certainly happy with that, but certainly happy to be there after a 2-10 start to begin the year. And it has taken them a while for the Red Sox to get back to that 500 mark. It's been fouled off to left, out of play.
Now, one of the things, Don, we talked about in our view from the booth tonight was the fact that, nobody has got hot in this division. I mean, Tampa Bay at 23-17 leading the thing, but everybody else bunched up, and that's a good thing. When you get off to the start like the Red Sox, you can have some team with a double-digit lead at this point. And that just didn't happen.
I think the team that surprises me out of everything, though, is the team that's at the top, Jerry, the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
They are on top at 23-17. A bunch of changes during the offseason. Their entire bullpen pitching somewhere else. As this is down the left field line over towards the corner, and that'll end up in the seats.
And they also got off to a horrible start.
They did. Very similar to the Red Sox. And you thought on paper if one team was going to bounce back, it would be the Red Sox based on their roster. But how about Tampa Bay? And their bullpen is pitching well, even though they have lost virtually everybody that was in there last year and the last couple of years. Now their starting pitching has been excellent. Tampa Bay third in the league in earned run average at 3.38. And their defense has been very good. They're first. This is foul down the first base line. Brian Roberts reaching on the base hit off of Daisuke Matsuzaki in the first inning. It's his line drive that hit Daisuke. And steals second, come around to score the first Orioles run of the night. And great numbers for him against Daisuke in the past. Softly grounded towards second. Pedroia will tag one there, and that's it. He went down hard in the exchange as J.J. Hardy ended up kind of going underneath him. And Pedroia gets the lead runner out.
Now, as a base runner, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. If you're going to be tagged out, drop to the ground. And that's exactly what Hardy does. He drops to the ground, and that causes Pedroia to have to reach down and tag him and eventually tumble over the top of him. That's what base runners are caught to do. Still a nice play by Pedroia to be able to hang on and tag him and get the out.
So 1 out, 1 on, and Nick Markakis the batter.
How many times do we see, Don, that same play where the runner just makes it very easy for the second baseman to tag and throw to first base? And
kind of running right into the out.
You've got to make it a little more difficult for the second baseman, and that's what J.J. Hardy did.
One out, 1 on, and a 1-0 to Nick Markakis. Misses for ball 2, 2-0. They walked as part of the Orioles' first inning, came around to score the second Orioles run. There goes Roberts at first as Markakis hits a fly ball to center field. Jacoby Ellsbury is back there, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Commitment, compassion, and love of the game. Find out what we're made of at easternbank.com. 2 down in the second inning. Brian Roberts at first base, and Derek Lee coming up. A double to drive in a run off the wall in left field in the first inning.
Now Derek Lee with some nice defense to end the bottom of the first off J.D. Drew. That ball slipping away from him, but he's still able to knock it down and get it to Tillman and get that out with the bases loaded.
Roberts starts and stops at first as Lee with a swing and a foul tip. Five stolen bases now for Brian Roberts. He's 1 tonight. And trying to run again. This one fouled off, 0-2. Vladimir Guerrero waiting on deck. 2 down in the second inning. Derek Lee, 35 years of age. Signed as a free agent for a 1-year deal here with the Orioles. And that was a pretty good pitch, it appeared, but outside, according to home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. Another slider from Daisuke.
Yeah, this one didn't miss by very much. We'll take a look at the Amica pitch zone. Looks like it just did get a piece of that outside corner, but not called a strike by Johnson.
Derek Lee last year, brief stay with the Atlanta Braves, reached the postseason for the 4th time in his career. Won a world championship along with Josh Beckett in 2003 in Florida. Postseason appearances with the Cubs in 07 and 08. As the pitch misses outside, 2-2, and look forward to being in the American League this year with the Orioles. There goes Roberts as the pitch misses inside. Throw from Varitek is not going to be in time. Roberts has got his 2nd stolen base of the night.
Red Sox were coming off the field. They thought they maybe had the strikeout on Lee. There's the jump by Roberts. No strike call by the home plate umpire, and Roberts picks up his 2nd steal of the season, of the game, I should say.
This is chopped to third. Euclid backing up, plants and throws, and dug out by Gonzalez for the out. Nice play on both ends to end the inning. 1.5 done. Orioles on top 2-0. Eastern Conference Final coverage begins at 6:30, and Bruins face off live from the TD Garden with Catherine Berry, Nowco, and Brick. Stay tuned throughout the Sox game for continuous highlights and post-game coverage. For more on the conference finals, visit NESN.com/Bruins. Second inning back at Fenway Park as we head to the last half of the second. Red Sox trailing 2-0, and it's the bottom third of the order. Jed Lowry, Carl Crawford, and Jason Varitek. And it's strike one to Jed Lowry. 314 average, 3 home runs, and 17 runs batted in. 0 for 4 in last night's game. Snapped a 6-game hitting streak for Jed. He was 2 for 11 in the series at New York. Fly ball to left field. Luke Scott headed over towards the corner. It falls foul. Now Tillman had to throw 29 first inning pitches, get out of a bases loaded jam. Able to strike out Ortiz with the bases loaded, then got J.D. Drew to ground out. A nice defensive play by Derek Lee. And the Red Sox could not score. Lowry fights it off foul, and it hangs at 1-2. Carl Crawford waiting on deck, still batting in the 8th spot in the Red Sox order. Then we'll see Varitek in the inning. Swing and a miss. He elevates and strikes out Lowry for the first out of the 2nd inning. Let's check back in with Heidi.
Don, Terry Francona gets asked almost on a daily basis when he's going to move Carl Crawford up in the lineup. After all, a player making that much money and with that much talent is unusual having bat 8th. I asked David Ortiz for his thoughts on the subject.
There's no rush. I think right now everybody's focusing on winning games. You don't want to have any distraction. Hopefully the media doesn't make it tougher on Tito right now with that kind of situation. I mean, I know everybody's right now. It's just you see everybody around in the clubhouse just thinking about how to win a baseball game, you know, and that's all that matters right now.
Not only has this lineup been pretty successful, but as Francona points out, who would you move out of one of the top spots? Also, Crawford isn't as comfortable leading off and didn't perform well there earlier this year. But Crawford has also said recently that batting 8th seems like a demotion, and he hopes he doesn't stay there all year. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. Carl appeared to be the most comfortable in the 2 spot while in Tampa Bay, and of course that's where Dustin Pedroia has hit primarily over the last couple of years. Crawford did go 1 for 12 in the series against the Yankees as the pitch misses inside and the count is 2-2.
He's had good success against Tillman. He's faced him 12 times and he has 6 hits against him.
Crawford gets a hit this time into center field. 2-out single, 3rd hit of the night for Boston off Chris Tillman.
Looks like recently that's the ball that he's been handling the best. The fastball that has been down in the strike zone. That ball down and away, does not try to pull it, goes with it and shoots it up the middle for the base hit.
Our key matchup is brought to you by New England Honda dealers. The updated numbers. Carl Crawford now against Chris Tillman, inning at .538 against him. And on here with 1 out in the 2nd inning. Here comes Jason Varitek. Varitek at 164, no homers and 3 runs batted in. 17th start tonight for the captain.
Five steals for Crawford on the season, been caught 3 times.
Swinging a foul off Wieters.
Checking to make sure everything is in the right place after this foul tip off the mask of Matt Wieters. Looks like another throw to first base.
A little closer as Crawford able to get back to the bag. Caught 3 times. Marichek lifts a fly ball to left field, sending Luke Scott back to the warning track. Now he comes back onto the grass and makes the catch for the second out of the second inning. Well, when the temperatures really start heating up this season, make sure you call in the relief quencher, Cumberland Farms Chill Zone. It's all your favorite frozen and fountain refreshment in one place for just 79 cents any size. The Chill Zone, only at Cumberland Farms. Well, this is definitely a little chilly here tonight at Fenway Park, as had a light rain falling since the beginning of the game. But Red Sox and Orioles here into the second inning with 2 down, and Carl Crawford at first base for Jacoby Ellsbury. Swinging a foul tip into the catcher's mitt for strike 1.
And I can tell you, Don, while you were away last week, you didn't miss great weather either. I mean, it wasn't real, not special here at all. And this week is supposed to be a dandy.
All week. Up and away, 1-1. Ellsbury with a single in the first inning. One of 3 Boston hits already off Chris Tillman. Ellsbury's now hit safely in 23 of the last 24 games as they check on Crawford at first.
You would think with the 2 outs that Crawford would try to get himself in a scoring position.
Ball 2, 2-1.
And if so, probably on this pitch if he can get the jump.
He's off as Ellsbury swings and misses. The throw is not going to be in time. So a stolen base for Crawford, who gets into scoring position with 2 down.
And he picked a great pitch to go on. He got the changeup from Tillman. Not a terrific jump at first base by Crawford, but he just beats the throw. The throw is to the shortstop side. By the time the tie comes around, Crawford in with his 6th steal of the season.
In scoring position with 2 down, and Ellsbury with a count of 2-2. And Jacoby kind of a check swing grounder to J.J. Hardy at short. The throw is low, but dug out by Lee to end the inning. Red Sox leave another in scoring position, done with 2-0 Orioles.
Revisited will take the stage live at MGM Grand Theater in MGM Grand at Foxwoods. Get your tickets now at foxwoods.com.
Top half of the third inning back at Fenway Park as Daisuke Matsuzaka returns to the mound as he's thrown 49 pitches through the first two, and he will deal with 4, 5, and 6 in the Orioles order. Vladimir Guerrero, Luke Scott, and Adam Jones here in the third. Guerrero bounced out to shortstop in the first inning. Guerrero, 36 years old. And last year, a member of the Texas Rangers. He had an even 300 last year, 29 home runs and 115 runs batted in. They did not return to the Rangers. 1 year and done there after spending the previous 6 years in LA. He's been in the big league since '96. Broke in with the Montreal Expos. Chops this one off the plate. Foul down the third baseline.
Did that ball hit the ground first?
It may have. It came out very strangely. I know that.
I mean, it's a possibility. It's a change-up. No.
Bounced it off the plate, I think.
Bounced it off the plate. I thought it bounced first. And that wouldn't surprise me one bit.
SK ready with the 0-2. And it's a little bit high, 1-2. That's where Veritek wanted it, hoping Guerrero would chase, but for a change, he does not. Line to right, and coming in on the hook slide to knock it down is Drew. And reaching at first base is Guerrero. First hit for Guerrero, third for the Orioles in the night.
You'll see this ball sink out here on J.D. Drew as he tries to go into the backhanded slide to make that catch. Ball comes up and hits him in the leg. He's able to keep the ball in front of him and keep Guerrero at first base.
So Guerrero gains the lead at first, held on by Gonzalez, and here's Luke Scott. Scott walked in the first inning, one of 4 walks in the first 2 innings given up by Daisuke, who starts him with ball 1. Scott finished last year with 27 home runs, most he's hit in his career. So far this year with 6 homers. And there's a strike, and it's 2-1. Luke Scott didn't think so.
Nice backdoor slider here by Daisuke Matsuzaka on the 2-0 count. Amika says it's outside, and Luke Scott agrees with Amika.
Fouls it off and evens a count at 2-2. Luke Scott out of Oklahoma State University. Came up with the Houston Astros organization, of course, traded for Miguel Tejada before Tejada would return again to the Orioles. 2-2 is in the dirt, full count. Next pitch for Daisuke will be the 60th of his outing, facing his second batter of the third inning.
Well, Veritek's thrown about everything that Daisuke throws. Down there for a sign, and Daisuke keeps shaking him off.
In the dirt, and there is walk number 5 allowed by Daisuke Matsuzaka. Scott did not go. 5 walks for Daisuke, the second time that he's walked Luke Scott.
Now, after shaking off a number of pitches, finally he gets the changeup call, and the changeup on the 3-2 count, not even close.
Two on, nobody out for Adam Jones. Jones has one of the 5 walks allowed by Daisuke in the first inning. And a breaking ball missing for ball 1. Five walks given up by Matsuzaka tonight is a season high. Fouled off to the right, out of play, 1-1. Single for Guerrero, walk for Scott, 2 on, nobody out. Swing and a miss for Jones, 1-2. And that's the pitch that is really the only one that has worked really well for Daisuke most of the night.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good sweeping slider, and he's gotten a few of these Orioles right-handed hitters to chase it out of the strike zone. He hasn't thrown many for strikes, but he's got a couple of guys that swing at it.
Jones now, Wieters next. Orioles batting here in the top half of the third inning. 1-2 pitch from Daisuke. And this one's inside, and Jones almost dove into it. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strikes out Jones. He needed that. First out of the third inning, and it's the first strikeout of the night for Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Now, Jones has showed him tonight that he's going to chase that ball. It's not a strike. And Matsuzaka keeps throwing it out there. That breaking ball that's not on the plate. It's off the outside edge. And Jones swings at it and strikes out.
Still 1 down here in the third, 2 on, and Matt Wieters coming up. Wieters flied out to left field in the first inning, 0 for 1. And a swing and a miss. Guerrero at second base, Scott at first base, 1 out in the third. Pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Four-year-old Matt Wieters. His third year now with the Orioles. First round draft choice, 5th overall, 2007. Last year hit at .249, 11 homers and 55 runs batted in. It's a ground ball into right field, a base hit. Guerrero being waved around. J.D. Drew picks the ball up and fires it to second base. Run in for the Orioles, who take a 3-0 lead. Matt Wieters with an RBI single to right, and it's 3-0 Baltimore.
Well, Wieters now with a 7-game hitting streak as he catches an inside fastball and a topspin ground ball that's going to go between Gonzalez and a diving Dustin Pedroia.
So first and third, one down, and Mark Reynolds coming up. Leaders now extending the hitting streak to 7 games. Mark Reynolds grounded into a fielder's choice to end the first inning. And he takes strike one. He's jumping back out of the way, and the pitch grabs the corner. Here's the 70th pitch of the night for Daisuke Matsuzaka. And it's a pop-up to shallow right. Out goes Pedroia. In comes Drew. JD way in to make the catch. For the second out, no chance for Scott to try it. 2 down in the inning. Well, tomorrow morning on the Dennis and Callahan Show, former Celtic Chris Herron will join the guys in studio to discuss his new book, and our own Andy Brickley will talk about the Bruins Lightning series and Tuesday night's game 2. All starts at 6 a.m. on the WEEI Sports Radio Network right here on Nesson. First and third, 2 down, and J.J. Hardy, the batter. He walked in the second inning. One of 5 walks given up by Daisuke Matsuzaka. Daisuke going to work on the cleats. Light rain has been falling here at Fenway Park, and mud clumping up pretty good under there. That's been pretty consistent since we started. Hardy pops it up in the infield. Lowry coming from short onto the infield grass to make the catch that ends the inning. The Orioles add a run at the end of 2.5. It's 3-0 Baltimore. Sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation, helping to address health needs in our communities. Last half of the third inning back at Fenway Park. And good to have the Rem Dog back in his normal chair tonight, as the Red Sox come to bat here in the bottom of the third inning. 3-0. Orioles with 2 in the first, 1 in the third. And Dustin Pedroia leading it off here in the third. He fouled out in the first inning, followed by Adrian Gonzalez and Kevin Youkilis. Lifts it in the air to right field. Nick Markakis in a few steps. And he makes the catch for the first out of the third inning.
Look at the defense here from Lee at first base as he reaches out to make a play and then had an at-bat after that. And we'll take a look at the at-bat. Since that time, he has left the game. There's the swing as Lee heads down to first base. Looks like he's in a little bit of pain as he's heading down that line. And now is replaced by Jake Fox at first base.
So one down here in the third inning. Adrian Gonzalez swings at the 0-1 and fouls it off, down 0-2. Adrian singled in the first inning, one of 3 hits for the Red Sox off Chris Tillman. Red Sox had a chance in the first inning with the bases loaded and 1 out, but could not score. David Ortiz struck out. J.D. Drew grounded out on that nice defensive play by Derek Lee at first base. The league leaders are brought to you by Verizon 4G LTE. The category is hits. Adrian Gonzalez second, only behind Michael Young of the Texas Rangers, got 54. Then Gonzalez with 53. Howie Kendrick in third. 1-2 fouled off. But Adrian leading the major leagues with 8 home runs in the month of May. He's homered in 4 straight games. And 5 home runs in the last 4 games for Adrian overall. Fly ball to left field. Luke Scott going back onto the dirt of the track to make the catch for the second out of the inning. That is timed out for tonight's twisted but true fact of the game. On Friday, the Fort Myers Miracle of the Florida State League celebrated their 25th anniversary of the 1980s blockbuster movie Top Gun. Top Gun night at Hammond Stadium featured model plane flyovers, plus trivia contests and giveaways. Players all received their own call signs: Maverick, Goose, and Iceman. All the music played in the ballpark was from the film's multi-platinum album. Twisted 2-Yard Iced Tea is the refreshing hard iced tea. It tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted.
Fort Myers Miracles, the farm team of the Minnesota Twins.
We spend a lot of time there during spring training generally.
Yeah.
Part of the Mayor's Cup. 2 down in the third. Youkilis hits a fly ball to center field, sending Adam Jones back almost to the track to make the catch. And straightaway center field. A 1-2-3 third for Tillman. We played 3-0 Orioles. two great Red Sox games. First, be there when the Red Sox play the Chicago Cubs in their long-awaited return to Fenway Park this coming weekend. Pair that with a date to see the Chicago White Sox at the end of the month. Seats are available in a variety of locations throughout the ballpark. Visit redsox.com/doubleplay to get your tickets today. Top half of the fourth inning back at Fenway as Brian Roberts leads it off here in the fourth inning. Top of the Orioles order, Roberts, Markakis, and then Jake Fox scheduled to bat in the fourth inning. Roberts has been on twice. First a line drive off Daisuke in the first inning. He's reached on a fielder's choice. He's also stolen 2 bases in the game tonight. Ground ball foul. And it's 2-1.
I don't believe yet that Daisuke has touched 90 with a fastball. That last fastball at 89, which is a slight improvement over what he's featured so far. He's been about 87, 88.
Strike over the outside corner, and it evens at 2-2. There's been no action in the Red Sox pen yet. This is on the ground to deep short. Lowry off balance throw, and it is picked by Gonzalez. Nice play at first. And it's short for Lowry on both ends. Well done.
Yeah, 2 dandies here. The first by Jed Lowry getting to this ball. He knows he has speed going down that first base line, and he knows he has to get rid of this ball in a hurry. And at the other end, Gonzalez scooping it out of the dirt. He has been outstanding scooping baseballs out of the dirt for these Red Sox infielders.
Now 1 down here in the fourth inning. Well done on both ends. Lowry and Gonzalez for the first out of the fourth inning. Now Nick Markakis. He walked and scored in the first inning. Flied out to center in the second.
What a security blanket that is for infielders when you know you've got a first baseman that can pick the ball out of the dirt like that. You don't have to be perfect with all throws.
Kick is back up the middle and into center field. Right by the legs of Daisuke Matsuzaka, who's already been hit once in this game. Markakis gets his first hit, a 1-out single here in the fourth inning.
Now, if I was Matsuzaka, I'd be a little gun shy right now, boy. Got one off the chest in this game. This one goes right back up the middle under the legs of Matsuzaka. This is the very first pitch of the game. Brian Roberts right off the chest of Daisuke. So they're taking direct aim in Matsuzaka tonight.
Made contact the first time. This time they don't. Markakis on at first, though, with 1 down. And our first look tonight at Jake Fox at the plate as he takes strike 1. Took over defensively for Derek Lee at first base last inning. Fox, a 171 hitter, 2 homers and 3 runs batted in. A 2-run home run on Saturday in Tampa Bay. As he takes ball 1. He was acquired from the Oakland Athletics in exchange for minor league right-handed pitcher Ross Wolf, June of last year. Last year he started at 4 different positions for the O's. He caught, played first, plays third, and played in left field. There goes Markakis, and a fly ball to shallow right. Pedroia out, drew a long way in, and JD makes the catch running back towards the infield for out number 2. Almost on the dirt by the time he made the catch.
Had no choice because Dustin Pedroia was heading over to second base to cover, so he's going to have to really scuffle to get back. And he looks at J.D. Drew. J.D. seems under control the whole way and is able to make that catch right about almost to the infield. Ball was hit so high it gave him a chance to get underneath it.
So 2 down in the inning. Markakis was running on the last pitch and returns without any problem to first base. Now the Red Sox have given up the most stolen bases in the American League, and 2 more tonight. It's clear the Orioles are going to run when they have a chance to do so.
And they don't run very much. They're last in the American League in stolen bases.
There goes Markakis on a 1-0. The pitch is a strike, and the throw not nearly in time, although he almost overslid. Able to keep part of his body on the bag the entire time. Pedroia kept the tag on him just in case. And a stolen base, and the 3rd of the night for the Orioles.
And the 3rd of the season for Nick Markakis. So he gets himself in the scoring position. Almost went right over the top of that bag, just was able to grab it with his fingers.
So in scoring position with 2 outs here for Guerrero. And a 1-1 sent foul off to the right, out of play. Guerrero grounded out short in the first inning, singled in the 3rd inning. Popped up foul, back and out of play. It's time now for tonight's AT&T trivia question. And our question is, which 3 active players have won their team's triple crown in both the AL and the NL? I'll have the answer for you a little bit later. I'm guessing Vlad is one of them. His time spent with the Montreal Expos in the National League. So on bouncing in, Veritek able to block it. And Markakis back to the bag at second. Buck Showalter's Orioles have a 3-0 advantage as they bat here in the 4th with 2 down, and Nick Markakis at second base. They've already left 6 men on for the first 3 innings. They've had more chances to do more damage. Daisuke Matsuzaka has walked 5 in the game, along with allowing 5 hits and 3 runs. 2-2. And a swing and a miss. Strikes out Guerrero to end the inning. It's the 2nd strikeout for Daisuke. We played 3.5, 3-0 Orioles. Last half of the fourth inning back at Fenway. Orioles on top 3-0 as Chris Tillman works here into the fourth. He's got to deal with David Ortiz, J.D. Drew, and Jed Lowry. And Ortiz a strikeout victim back in the first inning. 1 of 2 Ks for Tillman so far in the game. Tillman had a 1-2-3 third inning, 3 fly ball outs, able to get Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Euclid in the inning. This into the shift, and Robertson short right plants and makes a long throw. We saw the Yankees on a couple of different occasions not shifting against Ortiz, and that cost him in the series. The shift on here for the O's, and Ortiz grounds into it.
And by being back on the grass, that also helped Brian Roberts there, because even if he shifted over, he still may not get that play. But being back on the grass, he's able to snag that line drive on one hop and get the out at first.
If there's no shift, David's got himself a base hit to right. 1 out in the inning as J.D. Drew takes strike 1. Drew grounded out to first base in the first inning. This one kind of gets jammed and flips it into center field. Now 1 out base hit for J.D. Drew. 4th hit of the night for Boston off Chris Tillman.
Got 3 at-bats now in his career against Tillman. He's got 2 hits. He did jam himself a little bit on that fastball, but is able to shoot it back up the middle for the base hit. So the Red Sox with a base runner here in the 4th inning.
1 out, 1 on. Jed Lowry, the batter, he struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Lowry takes ball 2, 2-0. Tillman coming in with a 2-3 record, a 6.15 earned run average. 8th start of the year for the Orioles. Hasn't got much support in his 7 starts combined this year. The Orioles have only given Tillman 9 runs of support while he was in the game. And 4 of those came in his last start against the Seattle Mariners. Tonight he's gotten 3 runs of support and is not allowed a run to the Red Sox. 2-1 is outside, 3-1. Beat Felix Hernandez to get his 2nd win of the year. 6th inning outing. He gave up just 1 run on 3 hits to a career high 112 pitches. So Lowry fouls this one off Wieters, and it's a full count. Tillman coming over from the Seattle Mariners, part of the Adam Jones deal. Involved George Sherrill at the time. Sam Colio also coming over for the Eric Bedard deal. Bedard going to Seattle. Jones, Sherrill, and Michelio coming to Baltimore. Runner goes, but it's ball 4. And Lowry down to first base. 2nd walk given up by Tillman. Drew takes 2nd base with 1 out. Well, tonight, after our Red Sox coverage, join Jade McCarthy for Ness and Daily, presented by Sunlight Financial. You'll get the latest update on the Bruins, including whether Patrice Bergeron will be ready for Game 2 tomorrow night, while Celtics coach Doc Rivers reveals his feelings on the Kendrick Perkins trade and find out about Drew Bledsoe's latest honor. It's all coming up on Ness and Daily tonight after our Red Sox coverage, only on Nesson. There is ball 1 to Carl Crawford.
Well, you think about that hockey thing with the Bruins and Lightning. They haven't played a lot of hockey over the last week and a half, have they?
Long layoff.
Long layoff, and then they play the game, and they get, 2 days off before their following game?
Right. even longer for the Lightning. I think they've been off since like May 3rd or something. As this one is grounded back. Tillman picks it on the backhand. Goes to second for one, on to first. It's not in time. But a nice play by Tillman. Just flung the glove out there and ends up in the glove, in behind his back, and they're able to get Lowry at second base.
What'd you say in Little League? Look what I found. Watch this play. Behind the back. And then has the presence of mind to go to second base and get that force out. They're not going to double up Crawford at first base, but they do get Lowry at second base.
So first and third, two down. Here comes Jason Varitek. Varitek flied out to left fielder Luke Scott in the second inning. Breaking ball kind of slipped out of his hand, up and away, ball one. Center fielder Adam Jones, step or two towards right center. For Varitek to pull the 1-0. Sliced foul, and it's 1-1. Drew at third. Crawford crossed the diamond at first, two down. Red Sox have left four men on through the first three innings. Varitek with a swing and a miss and a pitch up, 1-2.
This time Tillman elevates with the fastball, about let a high. Varitek underneath the high fastball. It's like a fastball away to Varitek.
2-2.
As we go to the split screen.
Varitek hits a fly ball to left field again to Luke Scott. Did so in the second and does in the third. This ends the inning. Red Sox have left six men on through the first four. It's 3-0 Orioles. bath. Do what the Red Sox did. Turn to Frank Webb's Bath Centers, the showrooms of FW Webb. Find a showroom near you at frankwebb.com. Fifth inning back at rainy Fenway Park with the Orioles on top 3-0. And it'll be Luke Scott who made the final out of last inning defensively to lead it off here in the fifth. Scott will be followed by Jones and Wieters. Daisuke, who had to throw 29 first inning pitches, still in the game here in the fifth. And the pitch count is high. This will be the 89th pitch of his outing. He's walked Luke Scott twice in the game and has walked 5 Orioles batters. Scott takes strike one. Tough swing, and it's 1-2. Kind of changed his mind in the middle. Another one of those 87-mile-an-hour fastballs from Daisuke. As we take a look at the pitching line for Daisuke, brought to you by Ace Ticket. 4+ innings, 5 hits, 3 runs. He's walked 5, a season high, and struck out 2. 91 pitches. In the dirt, and it's 2-2 to Luke Scott.
That pitch before, Don, that you mentioned, that funny swing by Luke Scott, it's almost like he was looking for something off speed and instead got the fastball from Matsuzaka. This is a couple of pitches ago with that swing. It almost looks like he was thinking maybe something off speed, change up, breaking ball. Instead, he gets the fastball.
It's outside, full count. Remember, Scott has already walked twice in this game, and it's full now, 3-2. Breaking ball fouled off. Still 3-2, and that slider has been useful for Daisuke all night. That time Scott gets a piece, stay alive. Adam Jones waiting on deck. And Matt Wieters to follow here. Orioles batting in the fifth. Eastern Bank is teaming up with Adrian and Betsy Gonzalez to help local families by donating $1,000 for every home run Adrian hits this season to select Habitat for Humanity affiliates in Eastern Massachusetts. Again, the 3-2 pitch from Daisuke Matsuzaka. And Scott fouls it off again. 91 that time from Daisuke.
So the velocity picking up just a little bit as he gets deeper in this ball game, and the pitch count gets higher.
.32 pitch. And it's ball fourth. Third time tonight Luke Scott has walked, and this one leads off the fifth inning. Time for a game break, and Tom Caron, TC. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. I told you off the top that John Lackey's been placed on the DL for the Red Sox, and Scott Atchison recalled from the Pawtucket Red Sox and was available tonight. He is first to warm up in the Red Sox bullpen tonight. Right elbow strain is the reason that John Lackey is placed on the DL, and it is retroactive to May the 12th and on the 15-day DL. not make his scheduled start here tomorrow night in game 2 of the series. As Adam Jones takes ball 2, 2-0. And the next pitch for Daisuke will be his 100th of the night. First, he's going to get a visit from his pitching coach, Kurt Young.
Now, no announcement has been made on who's going to start the game. It seems like Wakefield would be the logical choice to get the start in the game tomorrow night, unless the Red Sox make another move to the minor leagues. But we'll have to wait and see when that announcement comes, probably after the game tonight in Terry Francona's press conference.
He did throw today on the field earlier today as the tarp was on the field, but throwing out in right field and warming up at 4:30. And later on, he would have a lengthy conversation with Terry Francona at 7:10. The announcement coming down right around then that he had been placed on the disabled list, and that Scott Atchison had officially been recalled. John Lackey, of course, suffering through what has been a very difficult season for him so far. The last outing was roughed up. And again, as he took a 9-3 loss at Toronto, gave up 9 runs in 6 2/3. Ground ball that kicks off Euclid at third, stays with it, and fires to first for the out. Could have had 2 had he played it cleanly, but he stays with it and gets his man at first base, and Adam Jones for the first out of the inning.
Could have been a double play for Euclid, but once it bounces off, he has no hesitation at all, as he never looks at second base, never had a chance there. He'll just go to first base to get the out. Spins, throws, and gets Jones at first base by a good running step.
So Scott takes second base, 1 out in the inning, and Matt Wieters is the batter. Wieters flat out to left field in the first inning. He singled to right in the third. .101 right now. Season high is 115. Did that at Los Angeles in the 8-inning win against the Angels. In the dirt, ball 3, 3-0.
You may see Wieters with the green light here, with the right-handed Reynolds on deck and a man in scoring position.
Wieters taking a high strike, 3-1. Got a base hit his last time up, single to right field. In there for strike 2, full count. SK battling back, and then behind 3-0. There's ball 4. Daisuke has walked his 7th batter of the game, 2nd of the inning, and that's going to do it. Terry Francona out to make the change. Orioles have a 3-0 advantage. The pitching change from Fenway Park. tonight's AT&T trivia question. Which three active players won their team's triple crown in both the AL and NL? And the answer, Vladimir Guerrero. He did it with the Montreal Expos on 4 occasions, and the Anaheim Angels, they were known on 3 occasions. Aubrey Huff, 2003, 2004 Tampa Bay, then in 2010 with the world champion San Francisco Giants. Miguel Cabrera, 05 with the Marlins, and then did it in 2009 and 2010 with the Tigers. 7 total players have won a team's triple crown with 2 different teams. Tomi Tejada, Rodriguez, and Ordonez. And Adrian Gonzalez currently leads the Red Sox in all 3 categories. Led San Diego in all 3 categories in 06, 07, and last year in what worked out to be his final year in San Diego. Well, into the game is Scott Atchison. And a swing and a miss to Mark Reynolds. Atchison recalled by the Red Sox as this call to the bullpen is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. Numbers for Atchison in Pawtucket. 12 appearances, 1-0 with a 1.25 ERA. 23 strikeouts and only 1 walk.
Now you mentioned, Don, the 7 walks by Daisuke tonight. I mean, he's lucky it's only a 3-0 ball game at this point.
He is responsible for the 2 men on who both walked, Scott and Wieters. So the Orioles have runners at first and second, 1 down. Reynolds takes a strike, and it is 1-2. This one skips in. Veritek's able to knock it down as it evens up at 2-2.
Nice block there by Jason. Veritek keeps 2 men out of scoring position. Over the top curveball, it looks like, and Veritek able to smother it and keep those men at first and second.
Well, Daisuke Matsuzaka still responsible for the 2 men on, but so far 4 1/3, 5 hits, 3 runs. 7 walks tonight, a season high. And 2 strikeouts for Daisuke. Reynolds sends one up the middle as Lowry can't get it. It's into center field. Round from second comes Luke Scott. And the Orioles take a 4-0 lead. So the walks this inning costly for Daisuke. It leads to 1 run so far. And it is 4-0 Orioles.
Lowry has to dive for this. It looked like he might knock it down, but instead, no, it goes over the glove, it looked like, into center field. And it might have got a piece of the glove. It does. It deflects right off the thumb of the glove, but into center field, and that run will score. Trying to do everything he possibly can to knock that ball to keep the run from scoring, but it does get by him.
So first and third, 1 down here in the 5th inning. Here's J.J. Hardy. And a pitch high from Atchison. Hardy walked in the 2nd inning, popped out to shortstop in the 3rd. It's outside, ball 2. In the air to left. Crawford going back. He lunges and makes the catch. Tagging at third is Wieters. He will score. And the Orioles take a 5-0 lead. Hardy lining out to left, but picks up an RBI, his 10th of the year. As the Orioles take a 5-0 lead.
A hard line drive here by Hardy. You see Crawford going back about 6-7 steps. Able to make the catch on the warning track and no problem scoring from third base. So the walks do hurt in this inning.
Well, they both turn into runs. Scott walked and scored. Wieters walked and scored, and all the runs are charged to Daisuke, 5 in all. He had 4 1/3 innings. As they check on Reynolds at first. 2 inherited runners allowed to score here by Scott Atchison. There goes the runner at first. The pitch is a strike, and the throw from Varitek will skip away. And another stolen base. It is the 4th of the night for the Orioles, and the first for Mark Reynolds.
Once again, the Orioles continue to run. I mean, they came into this game last in the American League in steals, but it seems like every chance they've got tonight, they're trying to take that extra base.
Roberts takes the ball inside, even the count at 1-1. Well, he has led the Orioles tonight in stolen bases. He's got 2. Stole a base in the first, stole a base in the second. And there for strike 2, 1-2. This one is line foul back into the seats. Hutchison had appeared in 1 game for the Red Sox this season. He went 3 2/3 innings of relief, giving up 3 earned runs back on May 5th against the Angels. Since then, pitching in 12 games for the Paw Sox this season. 1-2, fouled back, and look out, quickly into the seats. One and 2 the count to Brian Roberts. Rolls it foul, still 1-2. Swing and a miss. Roberts strikes out to end the inning, but the Orioles tack on 2 more. Halfway through this one, it's 5-0 Orioles. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Eastern Bank, commitment, compassion, and love of the game is just some of the things Eastern Bank is made of. Find out what we're made of at easternbank.com. Well, the top of the Red Sox order with work to do here for the Red Sox. We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Orioles on top 5-0 in the game. And Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off here in the fifth. He singled in the first inning, grounded out to short in the second, and hits a one-hopper pick by Roberts at second base. It throws him out. What a play. Thing exploded on him, and he's able to reach up and make the grab.
Yeah, that's one of those top spin ground balls, those semi-line drives that just explodes when he gets to the second baseman. And incredibly, he goes from ground up in the air with the glove and is able to make the catch. That ball was a bullet by Jacoby Ellsbury, but a nice play by Brian Roberts.
Now Roberts, who had struck out to end last inning, not taking it with him to the field as he is quickly reacting to that hot shot and takes care of Ellsbury for the first out of the fifth. Dustin Pedroia is 0 for 2. He is fouled out to first and flied out to right. And sends one up the middle and into center field. J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, couldn't get to it, and Dustin Pedroia's got his first hit of the night.
Well, that's 2 balls hit pretty hard this inning off Tillman. Certainly the one by Ellsbury. Now Dustin Pedroia with the top spin ground ball up the middle for the base hit. That's kind of a good feeling as a hitter, because once you make contact, you can see it's going to be a hit. You know it's hit well enough to get by that shortstop. And just watch it sail into center field for the base hit.
1 out, Pedroia at first base for Adrian Gonzalez. And a swing and a miss for strike one. Adrian singled in the first inning, flied out to left in the third, a 1 for 2 night. Everybody's been talking about Adrian's offense, but how about his defense? Picking 2 tonight. First one from Kevin Youkilis at third base. And the second one from Jed Lowry at deep shortstop, on the run and off balance. And again, Gonzalez picking out of the dirt. Now the 1-1 misses for ball 2.
Very well done, Don. Very well done.
Thank you. This one sliced foul, 2-2. Red Sox with 5 hits in the game. Gonzalez has got 1 of them. Red Sox hierarchy looking on tonight. Two to Gonzalez. His sliced foul back to the screen. Breaking ball away, and Tillman wanted it. Full count.
Tries the curveball, and he tries it to the outside part of the plate, but just missed. Good eye by Gonzalez.
There goes Pedroia at first as Gonzalez fouls it off. Pedroia's off again. Gonzalez takes ball 4. And the Red Sox have runners at first and second with 1 down. There's the third walk given up by Tillman. Meet the top leaders, champions, and innovators in the business world by reading the Boston Globe's annual Globe 100 magazine. Pick up the Globe this Sunday, May 22nd, for this comprehensive overview of today's economy. First and second for the Red Sox here in the fifth, one down. And Kevin Youkilis walked in the first inning, flied out to center field in the third. Trying to get something going here in the fifth with the Orioles on top 5-0. Youkilis hits a fly ball to right and right at Markakis. Wynn knocks it down a tad as he comes in. And there's 2 down in the inning. So 2 away, and here comes David Ortiz. And here comes the training staff of the Orioles along with Buck Showalter to check on Tillman, who's not a way of getting through this fifth inning. They definitely saw something as they came out of the dugout. Someone trying to wave him off.
Yeah, Tillman was headed toward third base to back up the play. And then as soon as he started back to the mound, that's when we could see everybody coming out. Now, does he slip, a slide, something happen over here? Apparently not. I see him stretch his forearm a little bit. And that's what caused the concern, I think, from the staff of the Orioles.
So 2 down. Runners at first and second, and David Ortiz coming up. No doubt Tillman wants to get to this fifth inning to make himself eligible for the victory as well. This team has a 5-0 advantage. This is his 88th pitch of the night. And David Ortiz lines to first, and a nice catch by Jake Fox. A liner that was headed upward, but he makes the grab. It's 5-0 Orioles at the end of 5. First pitch driven by your New England Acura dealers, TC, Peter, and Heidi. You not only get a preview of the Game 2 of this series, but you also get complete pregame coverage of the Bruins Lightning Game 2. Plus, the Boston Globe's Pete Abraham will bring you the latest from the clubhouse. It's all coming up tomorrow night. Our live coverage begins at 5:30, only on NESN. 5-0. Orioles on top as they come to bat here in the sixth inning, and Nick Markakis leading it off. Markakis has been on twice, a walk and a single. He has one of the 4 stolen bases tonight for the Orioles. Scott Atchison back out there. He got the final 2 outs of the 5th. Meanwhile, the Orioles have action in their pen. Michael Gonzalez, a left-hander, warming. Chris Tillman has thrown 88 pitches for the first 5 innings. It's up high, 2-2. Markakis, Jake Fox, and Vladimir Guerrero bat here in the 6th inning. Jake Fox with a nice catch at first base on a line drive off the bat of David Ortiz. Here's a pop-up. Lowry coming from shortstop. Pedroia from second, but it's Jed Lowry who makes the catch for the first out of the 6th inning. Let's check in with Heidi.
Many fans may not know this, but you can actually come here to Fenway Park on the day of a game and purchase a ticket for that game. Now, what tickets you get depend on the inventory, anything from a $20 standing room only seat to a $200 EMC club ticket, whatever is available for that specific game. But I'm told there are tickets available for this week, so come on down here to Fenway and get them. It's a first come, first served basis. They open the window right here at Gate E starting an hour and a half before the game, but you can line up to 5 hours before the game. So if you want a ticket for a Cubs game this weekend, you may have to wait in line just a little bit. But come on down. Tickets are available, and they sell them at face value. So a pretty good deal that fans may not know about. Back to you.
All right, Heidi, I think the misconception is that there are no tickets available. I guess when you are sold out from May of 2003 until now, I think people just figure there are no tickets, and there are tickets.
Sometimes they just give up, but there's always a way.
Heidi with more.
Yeah, and it's not just leftover tickets for that game. They actually hold several hundred tickets every single game for those walk-up only people, for people visiting from out of town or college students that just want to show up and come to a game. So it's not just leftover seats. They've got all kinds of tickets available. And like I said, the window opens 90 minutes before game time.
All right, well, certainly some games this week that are available. The Orioles here for one more night, and the Tigers are in for 2. And Justin Verlander is scheduled to pitch on Thursday for the Tigers, one of the game's best. And a strikeout for Atchison. His second case since coming in.
Well, this weekend should be very interesting, too, with the Cubs in town. I bet a lot of Cubs fans make their way to Fenway Park over the weekend.
It's been a little while since last time they were here, 1918. Vladimir Guerrero 1 for 3 in the game. And a swing and a miss. 0-2.
Good cut fastball that time from Atchison. Don't have to throw a strike to Vladdy. He has a tendency to chase, and he chases this one.
Now a line drive out to left center field. It's going to get down into the gap to the track in the wall. Guerrero heads for second base as Ellsbury gets it back in, but it is a 2-out double. And the second hit of the night for Vladimir Guerrero.
Well, that time they try to go with the cut fastball inside, and Guerrero is able to clean it out. Down right at the bottom of the strike zone, pulls that line drive in that gap in left center field for the 2-out double.
So 2 down, Guerrero at second base, and Luke Scott coming up. Scott has walked 3 times in the game. All that was against Daisuke Matsuzaka. He drew 3 of the 7 walks allowed by Daisuke. Orioles have had at least 1 base runner every inning tonight. And have left a total of 8 men on base through the first 5. Mudbug Showalter's team has got a 5-0 advantage with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. In tight, 2-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. Nice kid tonight, 4 1/3, 5 hits, 5 runs, walked 7, struck out 2. On the hook, the Orioles on top 5-0. Terry Francona having to go to that pen in the 5th, and I feel like they have to go in there earlier. The way things started for Dice K, 49 pitches through the first 2. Inside 3-1. Adam Jones waiting on deck. There are 2 outs here in the 6th. Ball 4, and the 4th time Luke Scott has drawn a walk tonight.
Came into the game with 12 walks on the season, now has a total of 16.
For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Red Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston. CVS Pharmacy is the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. 2 down, 2 on here for the Orioles in the top half of the 6th inning. Adam Jones has one of the 8 walks handed out by Red Sox pitching tonight. Since then, a strikeout and a ground out. And he takes ball 1. For strike 1, 1-1. There is Vladimir Guerrero at second base. Luke Scott at first base. 2 down. Line to right center field. This will be trouble as it gets down. Scoring from second base is Vladimir Guerrero. Luke Scott is to third on an RBI single for Adam Jones, and the Orioles add to their lead on top 6-0. A 2-out RBI for Adam Jones.
That's another nice piece of hitting right there by Adam Jones. He gets a breaking ball from Scott Atchison, that curveball, over the top curveball, and he doesn't pull it. He stays right on it and drives it in that gap in right center field. J.D. Drew has to track it down on the backhand. And another run for the Baltimore Orioles. It was a nice piece of hitting there by Adam Jones.
So first and third now, with 2 down and a run in. As catcher for the Orioles, Matt Wieters, stands in and takes ball 1. Wieters has been aboard twice tonight, a single and a walk after he flied out to left field back in the first inning. Action behind Atchison now as Hideki Okajima is warming in the Boston pen. Wieters takes ball 1. Atchison has been in the game since last inning. Final 2 outs of the 5th and has the first 2 outs of the 6th inning, but is now run into some trouble. A double for Guerrero, walk for Scott, an RBI single for Adam Jones. And it's 3-0.
And again, Wieters may have the green light here on the 3-0 count.
Take strike 1, 3-1. Mark Reynolds waiting on deck. '40th pitch for Atchison since coming in. Runner at first goes. His ground ball to second that Pedroia picks and throws to first for the final out of the top of the 6th inning. Orioles get a run and lead it 6-0. waterborne stain that outperforms the best oil-based stains on the market. Find Arbor Coat at your local Benjamin Moore retailer. Bottom of the 6th inning back at Fenway Park. Orioles tack on another run in the top half of the inning and lead it 6-0. J.D. Drew leading it off against the new Orioles pitcher, Michael Gonzalez. In his 15th appearance, 0-1 with an 8.03 earned run average. Well, it's hitting at .320 against Gonzalez, and Drew welcomes him into the game with a base hit to left field. It kicks off Scott and goes to the track of the wall, so Drew heads to second base.
Raleigh go as a base hit, and error on Luke Scott out there in left field to allow J.D. Drew to get to second base. Fastball up and away from Drew. He goes to the opposite field for the base hit hard. And there's the ball getting by Luke Scott. And once that happens, Drew gets to second base. Ball looked like it took a right turn on Luke Scott out there in left field.
So a hit and an error. And Drew at second base to open up the bottom of the 6th inning. Here is Jed Lowry. Jed struck out in the 2nd inning and then walked in the 4th inning. As he takes ball 1. Gonzalez signing a 2-year contract as a free agent. Made 29 appearances in his first year as an Oriole last year. A strike evens the count at 1-1. Came up in the Pirates organization and pitched for Pittsburgh 2003 through 2008. The year in Atlanta. Back with Atlanta in 2009. Appeared in 80 games, had 10 saves for the Braves, closing games at one point. 24 saves back with the Pirates in 2006. 1-3 with the O's last year in 29 games. This one fouled off, 2-2. Look at his career numbers. Total of 55 saves. Had left shoulder problems last year. Was on the 60-day DL. 2-2 is missing. Full count. Carl Crawford waits on deck. Red Sox bat in the home half of the 6th inning. To right center field, and this will get down. Drew being waved around from second base. Throw goes to second base, and Lowry is safe. There's a run scores. Red Sox are on the board. First play at second base as Drew scores the Red Sox first run of the night on a double by Jed Lowry.
Yeah, we've seen 2 hitters use the opposite field. That time a breaking ball from Gonzalez, and Lowry hitting from the right side. Goes to the opposite field. Markakis with a good strong throw. He's got 4 outfield assists. And Lowry just safe at second base.
Safe at second. Safe and secure. New York Life. Well, Mark Connor, the pitching coach out there for the Orioles, quickly talking to Michael Gonzalez. He's given up 2 quick hits here, and all of a sudden the Red Sox have a run. Action in the pen. The former Toronto Blue Jay right-hander Jeremy Accardo is warming. Carl Crawford singled in the 2nd inning. Now lifts a fly ball down the left field line. Hardy, the shortstop, over, as is Luke Scott, the left fielder, but it's back into the seats. Crawford, who singled in the 2nd inning, also stole second base. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. There's strike 2, 0-2. Crawford grounds it towards third. Reynolds with a bobble ends up behind him, and Crawford will reach.
Reynolds will pick up his 7th error on the season on this tap at third base. Charging the ball hard, knowing Crawford's got speed but never gets control of the baseball. So the Red Sox trying to do some damage with some help from the Orioles here in the 6th inning.
2 miscues in the inning. First for Luke Scott in the left. Now Mark Reynolds at third base, and all of a sudden, first and third, nobody out. And Jason Varitek will turn around to bat from the right side with the left-hander, Michael Gonzalez, in the game. Varitek in his first 2 at-bats against the Orioles starter, Chris Tillman, flied out to left field on 2 occasions. Another check at first, and Crawford back to the bag. Varitek with a swing and a foul tip into the catcher's mitt.
Couple of throws to first base, then the high fastball of Varitek.
Lowry at third. Crawford crossed the diamond at first. And a swing and a miss. Another fastball, and again it was up 0-2.
A little tail on that one at 91 miles an hour. Weed is set up inside. That ball tails to the outside part of the plate.
Varitek fouls it back. Top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck. Still nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Varitek taps it foul. Red Sox have 2 hits in the inning. The Orioles have committed 2 errors in the inning. And Boston getting 1 run back so far, trailing 6-1. Fouled off. We'll do it again, 0-2. Just outside, 1-2.
Well, I think the way that Weeders had to catch that made it look like a ball to the home plate umpire. Had to reach across the plate, looked like a good pitch.
Varitek, opposite field, base hit. From third base comes Lowry as the Red Sox get their 2nd run. Good at bat for Jason Varitek. He gets an RBI single to right, and the Red Sox get their 2nd run.
Yeah, he really catches a break on that previous pitch, which looked like might have been strike 3, and then reaches out and just punches one to the opposite field for the base hit. Looked like a slider that was down, not in, but away from Varitek, and you could see him reaching out over the plate to make contact. Just kind of serves it out there in the right field for the base hit. The Red Sox getting back in the ball game. This is the pitch beforehand that was not called a strike. And I think it's because Wieters had to catch it by going across his body.
So first and second now, 2 runs in, still nobody out. Jacoby Ellsbury in on the left side. And he takes ball 1 in. Ellsbury tonight singled back in the first inning to left field. Since then he's grounded out to short, grounded out to second, a 1-for-3 night. It's Crawford at second, Varitek at first. Gonzalez is yet to record an out as he started the 6th inning for Chris Tillman. Starter tonight for the Orioles, who went the first 5, giving up 5 hits, no runs. Walked 3, struck out 2, the pitcher of record for the Orioles at the moment. Ellsbury to left. Scott moves over and makes the catch for the first out of this bottom of the 6th inning. So Ellsbury's retired, and Dustin Pedroia coming up. It looks like it'll be against a new pitcher. Here comes Buck Showalter. So Jeremy Accardo warming in the pen, and that's going to do it for Michael Gonzalez. The pitching change from Fenway Park. Red Sox are on the board. It's now 6-2 Orioles. Get the breakdown of Daisuke Matsuzaka's outing tonight, plus get the manager's perspective from the press room segment. It's all coming up right after the game on WB Mason's Extra Innings Live. Well, the Red Sox getting 2 quick runs off Michael Gonzalez, who was chased from this game after a third of an inning. Just recorded the out of Jacoby Ellsbury, and he is out of the game. The pitcher is Jeremy Accardo, who's into the game. His 14th appearance, 2-0, 4.32 earned run average. 16 2/3. He has 10 Ks, but has 12 walks during that time. And opponents hitting at 263 against Accardo. Signed as a free agent to a 1-year deal in December with the O's. Last year, saw the bulk of his year in Toronto. Spent time at AAA Las Vegas as well. His closing games at AAA last year, 24 saves. Best year with the Jays back in 07 when he was closing games, 30 saves and 35 chances. And Accardo into the game here in the 6th inning with 1 out. Carl Crawford at second base, Jason Varitek at first base. And Dustin Pedroia, who had a base hit in center field his last time up. He takes strike 1 over the outside corner. for 4 in his career against Ricardo. Oh, it's by him at 94, 0-2.
Good zip on that fastball from Ricardo as he goes inside corner to Dustin Pedroia.
Up and away, 1-2. Drew started the inning with a single and kicked off the glove of Scott in left, so Drew would get to second. A double by Lowry to bring him in. Crawford reached on an error. Varitek with an RBI single to right. Ellsbury lines out to left. Red Sox have 2 on, 1 out, and 2 runs in. Pedroia lifts the fly ball to center field. Adam Jones backpedaling. Makes the catch in center, and Crawford will remain at second base. Jones getting it back in very quickly. 2 down. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, is asking, what do you know about keeping bones and joints strong? Step up to the plate and take their 9-inning quiz at bidmc.org/healthyis.
Last pitch to Dustin Pedroia, a fastball again, this time up the zone, about to let her high, and Dustin gets under it for that fly ball to center field.
So Ricardo gets the first man that he faces since coming from the pen. 2 down in the inning, and Adrian Gonzalez sends one foul. Adrian singled in the first inning, flied out to left in the third, and then walked in the 5th inning. More action for the Orioles in the pen. Clay Rapata warming.
2 lefties in the pen for the Orioles. We've already seen one of them in Gonzalez.
Adrian Gonzalez follows this off, and it's 0-2. Crawford at second base, Varitek at first base, 2 down. Ties him up inside, 1-2. The left field, Scott was deep. This will fall in for a base hit. Around from second comes Crawford, and the Red Sox get their 3rd run of the night. It's a 2-out RBI single for Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, Gonzalez gets down 2 strikes, and then that little inside-out swing by Gonzalez floats one into left field, and with Crawford at second base, he has no problem scoring. That ball inside part of the plate, inside corner, but Gonzalez gets the hands inside the baseball and shoots it into left field. Picks up his 35th RBI of the season. We got a game down.
Red Sox right back in it again. And Youkilis, the 8th member of the Red Sox to bat here in the 6th inning. Youkilis walking in the first since then. He's flied out to center and flied out to right. Inside, ball 2. After 5 shutout innings for the Orioles starter Chris Tillman, who did live dangerously, as the Red Sox left a total of 8 men on base in 5 innings against Chris Tillman, but getting inside that pen, and so far it's worked out very well for Boston. That's away, 3-0. Gonzalez has been charged with 3 runs so far. He's still responsible for Veritek, who's at second base. And there's a strike, 3-1. Nicholas in his career against Accardo, 1 for 4. David Ortiz waiting on deck, 2 down in the inning. Youkilis checks this on a line to left. It is a fair ball off the wall. Around from second comes Veritek. They're going to try and score Adrian Gonzalez. The throw from short left is going to be cut off. 2 more runs in for the Red Sox. It's a 1-run game as Youkilis gets all the way back to the bag at second. Nobody there to cover it as he drives in a pair. And the Red Sox have scored 5 times in the 6th so far.
Now we really have a game. Kevin Youkilis with a rocket shot down that left field line that's going to score 2 runs. That ball inside part of the plate, and Youkilis hooks it right down the line at the 310 mark. Rattles around in the garage door. Now watch Lou Youkilis get back to second base. It's a foot race. He's going to win it. Almost ran into the out at third. He looks at second. There's nobody there. No throw to Roberts, and he gets back safely.
A 5-game hitting streak now for Youkilis. His double has brought the Red Sox back within a run. It is 6-5 as another pitching change. That's it for Jeremy Accardo. It's a 1-run game now from Fenway. It's also the home for Boston's #1 morning show, Dennis and Callahan. Tune in tomorrow morning at 6 to hear the best sports talk in America with John Dennis and Jerry Callahan. It's weekday mornings at 6 on the WEEI Sports Radio Network. Of course, right here on Nesson. Jeremy Accardo gets 1 out after Michael Gonzalez got 1 out. Gonzalez charged with 4 runs. Accardo 1 so far. And the Orioles move on to their 4th pitcher of the game as David Ortiz takes ball 1 from Clay Rapata. For Rapata, his 10th appearance with that earned run average, 11.12. 5 2/3 innings. Opponent sitting at 292 against him. David tonight has struck out, grounded out, and lined out as Alfredo Aceves warms in the pen. Kevin Youkilis at second base, 2 down. And Ortiz takes strike 1. And David is hot.
Well, it didn't look like a swing. Was it called a strike?
I think it was. David takes ball 3. They check, he didn't go. 3-1. Red Sox have scored 5 times here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-1 pitch. It's outside, ball 4, and David will take the walk. Red Sox have batted around here in the 6th inning. Here's J.D. Drew, started the inning with a single. Took second on an error committed by Luke Scott in left field. He would score the Red Sox first run, and here he is again, this time with runners at first and second and 2 down. Drew's had a 2-for-3 night. And grounds one softly right side towards Roberts at second. He'll fire to first for the out. That ends the inning, but the Red Sox scored 5 times in the inning. It's 6-5 Orioles.
By Amica Insurance. Amica Insurance, it's not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated. The Red Sox with 4 hits to drive in runs. 3 of those will go to the opposite field. Lowry, then Veritek, then Gonzalez to the opposite field, then Youkilis pulling the ball down the left field line to drive in 2 runs and get the Red Sox right back into the ball game.
So a big 2-run double for Kevin Youkilis as we play along to the top of the 7th inning. And a swing and a miss. A breaking ball from the new Red Sox pitcher, Alfredo Aceves, into the game for Boston. Mark Reynolds leading it off here for the Orioles. And a fly ball struck well to center field. Back goes Ellsbury at the wall. That ball is gone. Home run to straightaway center field for Mark Reynolds, his 5th home run of the year. And the Orioles back on top by 2. It's now 7-5. A quick answer here from Mark Reynolds and the Orioles.
Well, Mark Reynolds has that kind of power, his 5th home run of the season. They try to double up on sliders against Reynolds, and on the second one, it just kind of flips out over the plate. And Reynolds takes it to straightaway center field right on top of our camera position.
Now J.J. Hardy. Sevis had worked 2/3 of an inning last night and began the 7th inning. The swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. His 3rd hold of the season last night with 2/3 of an inning. No 2 to Hardy. He is outside, 1-2. This one skips through and it evens up at 2-2. Jim Johnson, the right-hander, up in the pen for the Orioles. We have already seen 3 relievers: Michael Gonzalez, Jeremy Accardo, and Clay Rapata. The Sevis with a 2-2 pitch. And Hardy fouls it straight back. The 2-2 is down low, full count. Sevis has been shaking off just about everything Jason Varitek has put down.
Now that time he wanted to throw the changeup.
They're on their 4th choice, and Sevis is not yet decided.
Change up again.
And it is driven to left field, but right at Carl Crawford, who's out there in left, and Crawford makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, awarded highest customer satisfaction in retail banking in the New England region 2 years in a row by J.D. Power and Associates. Find out more of what we're made of at easternbank.com. One out in the 7th inning, and Brian Roberts the batter. Roberts 1 for 4, singled back in the 1st inning. Now hits one on the ground to 3rd, picked by Youkilis, standing at the lip of the grass, and Roberts is out number 2 of the inning.
Not much reaction time there for Kevin Youkilis. Had a bullet by Roberts, but right at Youkilis. Playing in the grass, a little stutter step to his right, and plenty of time to throw him out at first base.
So 2 down, bases empty, and here's Nick Markakis. Strike 1 to Markakis. He walked and scored back in the 1st inning. Since then he's flied out, singled, stolen a base, and popped out again. Oh, 2. Dunkin' Donuts is in its 13th year, hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout, a special seating section at Fenway Park. Thousands of children have had the chance to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. No 2 pitch to Nick Markakis.
Dunkin' dugout looks like it had been cleaned out. Probably all went down for Dunkin' Donuts down in right field.
0-2 is inside, 1-2.
Keep them warm on this chilly night. Well, maybe they've all been ejected from the ball game.
1-2 to Markakis from Aceves. A 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Elevates and strikes him out to end the inning. Home run for Mark Reynolds. It's a 7-5 Orioles lead. Let's check in with your need to know. That's the Daily presented by Sunlight Financial. Here's Jade McCarthy. Bottom of the seventh, time now for a look at the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Another game against the Orioles tomorrow night. Then the Tigers are in for two. Then the Chicago Cubs will be at Fenway Park for the first time since 1918. Red Sox will be heading out on the road to Cleveland and Detroit on the next road trip, as the Orioles bring on their fifth pitcher of the night into this bottom of the seventh inning to face the bottom third of the Red Sox order. Lowry fouls it off, evens at 1-1. Jim Johnson into the game. 18th appearance, 2-1 with a 3.86 earned run average. 21 innings. He has 18 Ks to 5 walks, and it's sitting at 221 against Jim Johnson. Got his second win on Thursday against Seattle. 2 innings, he allowed 1 run. In 4 games on the Orioles' last homestand, he had 6 innings, giving up just the 1 run. That is ball 3. Jed Lowry, part of the 5-run attack in the 6th inning. He doubled in that inning to drive in a run. First run of the night for Boston. Now sprays one foul, full count. Carl Crawford, then Jason Varitek, expected here in the last half of the 7th inning. There's a pop-up, foul ground. Reynolds and Wieters, but it'll be back into the seats.
The conditions have actually improved as the night has gone on here. Not as heavy a drizzle as we had at the start of the game, and not quite as windy as it was at the start of the game.
Lowry hits a fly ball down the left field line, headed towards the seats and out of play. Line towards the gap in right center field for Lowry. That'll get down back towards the triangle. Jed headed for second base and beyond as it rattles around out there. Adam Jones finally gets it back in, but standing at third base is Jed Lowry.
Now Lowry's had a very good night. A walk, a double, a drive, and a run. Now this triple. He fouls a couple of balls off to the third base side. Then he gets a fastball away and hooks it out to the 420. Nice effort out here by Adam Jones as he slides, but the ball gets by him, and Lowry into third base with nobody out.
A triple for Jed Lowry to get the bottom of the seventh inning started, and here comes Carl Crawford. There's strike one. Crawford with a single in the second inning, which steals second base. Since then, he's reached on a fielder's choice and an error. And he's down 0-2. Late swing, defensive swing, and at 96 it was by him as Crawford strikes out.
Pitch probably not a strike. Looked like it was down and away from Carl Crawford, but too close to take for Crawford and no contact.
So one out, and Jed Lowry at third base as Jason Varitek settles in on the left side. Varitek with an RBI single in the sixth inning. The Red Sox scored 5 times in that inning. And a chance to drive in another. And he hits one down the line into left field. From third base comes Lowry, and it's a one-run game again. Varitek driving in his second run of the night. It's now 7-6 Orioles.
Well, last time from the right side going to the opposite field. This time from the left side going to the opposite field. Fastball away, right down that third base line. And Varitek has a 2 RBI night. 5 total now in the season.
One out in the seventh inning. Varitek at first, and here's Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury with a single back in the first inning. Since then, he's grounded out twice and lined out. And he hooks one right side, and by the dive of Roberts into right. Varitek will stop at second base as Ellsbury aboard with his second hit of the game.
Well, the Red Sox saving their offense for late in the game tonight. That ball by the dive of Roberts. Ellsbury with the base hit. A multiple hit game for Jacoby.
Buck Showalter can feel this thing slipping away as the Orioles had a 6-0 advantage at one point in this game.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be one of those la-di-da nights for the Orioles. Not the case.
2 on, 1 away, and here's Dustin Pedroia. And there is strike one on the outside corner. Dustin with great numbers against Jim Johnson in the past. Matt Wieters, the catcher, headed out. A little home run in the top half of this inning from Mark Reynolds. Now the difference in this game. Orioles with a solo shot to center off Alfredo Aceves. It's a 1-run lead by the Orioles right now. A triple by Lowry to start the inning. Crawford struck out, an RBI single for Varitek, and a single for Ellsbury. Tying run in scoring position. And Pedroia takes ball one. Two and one. Adrian Gonzalez waiting on deck. Pedroia pops it up foul, back and out of play. Lesson is fouled out, flied out. He singled in the fifth and then flied out in the sixth. A 1-for-4 night for Pedroia. In the air to left. Scott going back. He'll get there to make the catch for the second out on a bullet hit to left, but in the direction of Luke Scott. 2 down.
That ball hit with very solid contact by Pedroia. Line shot, but right at Luke Scott in left field. Can't put a better swing on it than Pedroia did right there.
So 2 down for Adrian Gonzalez, who takes strike one. Adrian singled back in the first inning. Flied out to left in the third, walked in the fifth, and then singled in the sixth inning. And is down 0-2. Off balance swing that time for Gonzalez.
That was a changeup that time from Johnson.
Varitek at second, Ellsbury at first, 2 down. Inside, 1-2. Gonzalez rolls it foul over by the Red Sox dugout. Will do it again, 1-2. Youkilis, who has a big hit in this game, a 2-run double in the sixth inning, waits on deck. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez strikes out to end the inning, but the Red Sox get a run back. 7-6 Orioles at the end of 7. Game Day Live presented by Uno's with TC, Peter, and Heidi at 6. The preview game 2 of the series as the Sox hitters will face one of their hottest pitchers in Zach Britton. Plus, the Boston Globe's Nick DeFardo bring you his MLB notebook. It's all coming up tomorrow night. Our live coverage begins at 5:30 live from Yawkey Way, only on NESN. Fredo Aceves into his second inning of relief. And a fly ball on the first pitch off the bat of Jake Fox to right field. But J.D. Drew is there for the first out of the 8th inning. One pitch, one out here in the 8th. And Vladimir Guerrero is coming up.
Red Sox had Okajima loosening up when they were behind in this ball game. Once they got closer, that's when they went to Aceves in the 7th inning.
There's Vladimir Guerrero, who takes ball 1 inside. Guerrero grounded out in the first. He singled and scored in the 3rd. Struck out in the 4th and doubled and scored in the 6th inning. So a 2-for-4 night. There is a 1-0 from Aceves. And a fly ball foul. Orioles have action in their pen. Koji Uehara is warming up for Baltimore. We have already seen 4 relievers in the game for Buck Showalter. Michael Gonzalez, Jeremy Accardo, Clay Rapata, and Jim Johnson, all in relief of Chris Tillman with first 5 shutout innings for the Orioles starter, who's still pitcher of record for the O's. So 1-1. And Guerrero jolts it out towards deep right center field. Back goes Ellsbury towards the bullpen, and that ball is off the bottom of the wall. And Guerrero into second base with his 3rd hit of the night, a double.
2 doubles on the night for Guerrero. 9 total, as you can see on the season. Add a single to that. Looks like he gets a cut fastball that time from Aceves and takes it out toward the Red Sox bullpen. So right now, Vladimir Guerrero using the whole ballpark tonight, scattering hits everywhere.
Well, here comes Luke Scott. There's a career high 4 walks in the game. And 3 against Daisuke Matsuzaka, 1 against Scott Atchison. And he bats here with Guerrero at second base and 1 out. Daisuke walked 7 batters in 4 1/3 innings tonight. Atchison walked 1 in his inning in 2/3. And now Veritek and Aceves, who really had a hard time figuring out what they're going to throw, will have another conversation. Scott pops it up right side of the infield. Pedroia making his way in, and Dustin will make the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. I remind you to follow the Red Sox at MLB.com at BAT 11 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. With live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit RedSox.com for details. 2 outs in the 8th. With Guerrero at second base and Adam Jones coming up. Jones a walk in the 1st, a strikeout in the 3rd. He grounded out in the 5th and then singled. And he takes strike 1. Guerrero with a walking lead at second base with 2 down here in the 8th. This one will get through Veritek, and Guerrero will take 3rd. Jason coming back. Guerrero will stop. He thought about it. Jason able to get it back by the backstop. Guerrero gets 1 base. And it's a pass ball charge to Jason Veritek.
Looks like the ball gets the webbing of the glove of Jason Varitek. I don't know if he was crossed up. He might have been crossed up the way he had to shift that glove. And there's Guerrero rounding third base, thinking about coming home, but no, puts on the brakes.
One ball, one strike to Adam Jones. Now just 90 feet away is Vladimir Guerrero with an insurance run for the Orioles. Jones hits a fly ball to right field. Drew has got it sized up out there. And JD will make the catch. That ends the top of the 8th inning. The Sevitz gets out of the jam. 7-6 Orioles. Brought to you by Xfinity. Well, on the first pitch of the game from Daisuke Matsuzaka, Roberts would drill one right back at him. And just below the letters on his jersey, he'd stay in the game. Had a tough first inning, giving up 2 runs. Ended up walking 7 in his outing. Red Sox trailed 6-0 at one point in this game. It had a big 6th inning, a 5-run 6th, including a 2-run double from Kevin Youkilis. Red Sox got back within a run to make it 6-5, and then Mark Reynolds. It's a solo home run off Alfredo Aceves to straightaway center field. And that is the difference in the game right now. 7-6, the Orioles on top as the Red Sox come to bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. And it is Youkilis who leads it off and takes strike 1. Defensive change for the Orioles. Defensive purposes, Felix Piet comes in the game in left for Luke Scott. It's fouled back, 0-2. New pitcher is Koji Uehara. They've been warming up in the pen for the Orioles. 16th appearance, 1-0 with a 2.81 earned run average. 18 strikeouts in 16 innings. Opponent sitting at just 172 against him. There's a high fly ball to deep left center field for Youkilis. Back goes Jones looking up, and that ball is off the wall. Jones plays the carom as Youkilis into second base with a double to start the bottom of the 8th.
Now back-to-back doubles for Kevin Youkilis. Last time driving in 2 runs. This time getting the 8th inning started for the Red Sox. He gets a fastball. And without that wind blowing out, that I should say, that might have had a chance to get out of here. Instead, the wind knocks it down and it caroms off that left field wall. So a double allowed by Uehara to begin the bottom of the 8th inning.
And here's David Ortiz. Ortiz hits it into the shift. Robertson, short right, will go to first for the out. And on to third base goes Youkilis, tying run 90 feet away.
Well, you hope for the long ball from David Ortiz, but he does get Youkilis to third base in this one-run ball game.
So one out, Youkilis 90 feet away, and J.D. Drew with a chance to tie this game.
Infield in for the Baltimore Orioles.
They will put on Drew. And Lowry waiting on deck. J.D. tonight had 2 hits in the game. Both singles as Papelbon gets ready in the pen. Intentional walk complete, and Drew headed down to first base. And Jed Lowry has had a good night tonight. He's been aboard 3 times. After striking out in the second, he walked in the fourth, doubled in the 6th inning, and then tripled in the 7th. Not to deal with Drew and put the go-ahead run at first base intentionally.
And now the infield goes back to double play depth.
Big spot for Jed Lowry. Red Sox trailed 6-0 at one point in this game. As Lowry takes strike one. Right-handed, hitting at .429, .250 left-handed, and all of his home runs right-handed. Falling down, or almost going down, was Uehara as he stumbled at the end of that delivery, missing for ball 1.
And he's lucky he didn't throw that ball to the backstop. Turned his ankle.
Youkilis at third base, Drew at first base, 1 out. Lowry with a swing and a miss. And it is 1-2.
Looked like a split-fingered fastball that time from Uehara. As you can see it going down and away from Jed Lowry.
Just outside, 2-2. 0 for 2 with a K is Lowry against Uehara. At one point was closing games last year for the Orioles. He works here in the 8th. Lowry lifts it, a little pop up into foul ground. Reynolds going as far as he can, will run out of room. Another chance for Jed Lowry. Carl Crawford waiting on deck. Red Sox batting in the bottom of the 8th. Again, the 2-2. Lowry strikes out. Lunging swing, and Uehara strikes him out for the 2nd out of the 8th.
Now once again it's that off-speed pitch. It looks like a splitter again, down and away from Jed Lowry. Twice he got Lowry in that at bat on that particular pitch.
Well, a big spot for Carl Crawford. He singled back in the 2nd inning. A 1-for-4 night. Crawford pulling the arms back out of the way, takes ball one. 1 for 8 against Uehara. Potential tying run 90 feet away. The go-ahead run at first in Drew. The 1-0. Crawford with a swing and a miss. Youkilis doubling high off the wall to begin the inning. Tees grounded out. They intentionally walked Drew. First and third when Lowry struck out. Now Crawford is down 1-2.
That's a good pitch to hit, too. Fastball right down the middle of the plate. Just threw it by Crawford.
Crawford lifts a fly ball down the right field line. Over comes Markakis towards the seats, and he won't have a play. Wind gave that a push. Roberts coming from second, Markakis from right, but it ends up in the seats. And a chance for Carl Crawford. Uehara with a 1-2 pitch. And Crawford fouls it off. Jason Varitek waiting on deck. Crawford flares it into shallow right. Out goes Roberts, and he will make the catch. That ends the inning, and Uehara and the Orioles get out of a major jam as we head for the ninth. 7-6 Baltimore. City Electric Red Sox final with TC, Peter, and Heidi. They'll check in on the reeling Yankees and the red-hot Jose Bautista. Plus a preview of Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN. Well, it is the top half of the ninth inning. Orioles coming to bat here, 7-6. Baltimore on top. And they just weathered a pretty big storm. The Red Sox at first and third with one out, but Lowry strikes out. Crawford pops out, and Orioles on top, 7-6. Third inning of relief for Aceves, and here's a pop-up for Wieters into shallow left. Crawford coming in. And Carl makes the catch for the first out of the ninth. So Wieters is retired, and here comes Mark Reynolds. This home run is the difference in the game. Reynolds with a home run in the 7th inning. First batter that Alfredo Aceves faced. And Reynolds hit a home run to straightaway center field. For Reynolds, his 5th home run of the year. Here's a pop-up, foul ground. Gonzalez over by the Red Sox dugout, and no play. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, Dunkin' Donuts, your New England Subaru dealers, and by Jordan's Furniture. One out in the top of the 9th inning. Mark Reynolds with a count of 1-1. In the bottom of the 9th, Jason Varitek, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Dustin Pedroia are scheduled. Anybody gets on, Adrian Gonzalez would have a chance. He'll be facing this guy, Kevin Gregg, closer for the Orioles. A 1-1. It's up high, ball 2. Two and 2. Aceves has given up 2 hits since coming in the game in the 7th inning. Home run for Reynolds, a double by Guerrero. Outside, ball 3. Three-two pitch. And a swing and a miss. Reynolds strikes out. Second K for Aceves, 2 down.
Aceves once again shaking off pitches. He wanted to throw the fastball. He gets the fastball and he throws it by Reynolds. It was a breaking ball that Reynolds hit for a home run. That time the strikeout coming on the fastball.
Lefty Rich Hill warming in case in the pen. 2 outs in the 9th. J.J. Hardy the batter. 30th pitch for Aceves since coming into this game. And he's gone 2 2/3. Here's a pop-up in the infield, right side. Pedroia takes charge and makes the catch. A 1-2-3 9th inning. We head to the bottom of the ninth. 7-6 Orioles. Red Sox as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. And of course, back on May 13th of 2007, the Red Sox with a Mother's Day miracle against the Orioles. Jeremy Guthrie was cruising in his rookie season when Hernandez dropped the baseball, and Sam Palazzo then went to the pen, and the Red Sox would score 6 times and win that game in walk-off style. Julio Lugo's chopper down the first baseline, and the Red Sox walked off with the win. The Red Sox trailed tonight by 6 runs to the Orioles. And trying to come back here tonight. They had runners at first and third with 1 out in the 8th. And Lowry struck out. Crawford popped out. And here we are in the 9th as Veritek takes ball 1-1-1. Kevin Gregg's 16th appearance. He is 7 out of 9 in save opportunities. A record with a 2.40 ERA. A 1-1. Veritek gets one in the air to left field. Back goes PA onto the warning track to make the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 9th.
That just died out there in left field. That ball looked like it had enough to go off that left field wall, and it just all of a sudden got knocked down by the wind.
Well, it looked good off the bat.
It sure did. I thought for sure it had tin, but instead the wind knocks it down.
One out in the 9th, and Jacoby Ellsbury coming up. It's been a 2-hit night for Jacoby Ellsbury. Single in the 1st, single in the 7th, and he takes strike 1. This will bounce in, and it's 1-1. Kevin Gregg signing a 2-year contract as a free agent during the offseason. 63 games last year with Toronto and saved a career-high 37 games for the Blue Jays. The 1-1 is up high, ball 2. Kevin Gregg, the 6th reliever used tonight by Buck Showalter in the game. There's ball 3. Walks are an issue for Gregg, who has walked 10 on the season. Striking out 12. 3-1 pitch. He has walked Ellsbury. 1-out walk for Jacoby Ellsbury in the 9th. 6th walk given up by Orioles pitching in the game. And Dustin Pedroia coming up. Coming up at the end of this game, extra innings, Tom Caron and Peter Gammons.
Now Gregg has a couple of things to worry about. Dustin Pedroia, also the speed of Jacoby Ellsbury at first base.
Ellsbury gaining that lead at first. There is strike 1 over the outside corner. Pedroia 0 for 2 against Kevin Gregg in his career. Check on Ellsbury back to the bag. The lead was not terribly large. Well, about a 16 on the season. Represents the tying run here in the last half of the 9th inning. Pedroia fouls it off and is down 0-2. Adrian Gonzalez waits on deck with 1 out in the 9th. 0-2 pitch. Pedroia takes ball 1, 1-2.
Last time up, Pedroia hit a rocket to left field, but right at the left fielder, Luke Scott, at that time.
Pedroia takes ball 2.
Last at bat for Dustin Pedroia, hard line drive, but right at Luke Scott.
There goes Ellsbury as Pedroia takes a ball. The throw is not going to be in time, and Ellsbury steals second base. It's ball 3 and a full count. Tying run in scoring position with 1 out.
Ellsbury picks up his first steal of the ninth, his 13th on the season, and a very big one. Gets that potential tying run to second base, not even close.
Three and 2 the count to Pedroia, who is down 0-2 at 1 point. Pedroia hits it to left, down the line, and towards the corner, but foul. Third base umpire Lance Barksdale getting down the line to get a good look, but a foul ball.
Couldn't have been by very much. That's the second time Pedroia scorched the ball in that direction, but that time foul. And the frustration.
One out. Ellsbury at second base, representing the tying run. 3-2 pitch. And Pedroia grounds it foul. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up to Dustin Pedroia. And the Orioles got a single run in the 6th inning. They moved ahead 6-0. The Red Sox scoring 5 times in the 6th. Orioles would get another in the 7th. Boston another in the 7th of their own. And it is 7-6 Orioles with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Pedroia pops it up, foul, back and out of play. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Bounces in for ball 4, and Pedroia will take first.
What a great at-bat by Pedroia. He does that so many times, so many pitches, and eventually ends up with either a base hit or a walk. That time the walk.
And Pedroia getting down 0-2 in that count. 9 pitches later, he works the walk. First and second, 1 out for Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez with 2 hits in the game, both singles, and he has walked. He's also flied out and struck out. League leading 35th RBI. Gonzalez hits one in the air to left field. PA going back at the wall. That ball is going to be off the wall. Ellsbury will score. Here comes Pedroia to win the game, and the Red Sox win it. What a finish! The Red Sox trail by 6 runs in this game, and they walk off with the win in the 9th.
at bat for Dustin Pedroia.
Well, he does it so many times, Don. You know, he falls behind in the count. He runs the count full. Hits a couple of hard foul balls. Eventually gets on first base. And then here he is. Here's the man that loves the opposite field. And does he love Fenway Park right now? Little slider that time that he's going to take off the wall. It's going to be enough to bring home 2 runs. And the Red Sox have a beautiful come-from-behind win in this one tonight. I tell you, tonight's not tough to hit the ball off that wall either. We saw a lot of balls get knocked down from that breeze tonight.
Let's send it down to Heidi.
All right, and with Adrian Gonzalez, the hero here at Fenway Park, everyone said you were going to do well with that monster out there. You hit it off there for the 2 runs that scored. What are you looking for in that at-bat?
Just be ready to hit. He's aggressive. He throws the ball good, and just be ready and stay inside of it. Just stay on top, and worked out. Hit it off the wall, and it was great. Great at-bats from Jacoby and Petey to get on base to be able to score those runs.
You guys go into the 6th inning down 6-0, score the 5 runs. How were you guys able to capitalize on a couple of errors there?
We just stayed with it. We didn't give up and continue to play the game. We've been in a row, and we know we can do these kinds of things. So it was just one of those things that you just stay with it, and it was a great win.
Chris Tillman was pretty tough, 5 shutout innings, but you were one of the guys who was kind of able to get to him earlier tonight. How difficult was he?
He makes his pitches well, pitched up and down, in and out, and he did a good job. And but the good thing is that we were able to get the win.
4 straight wins for you guys, including the sweep of the Yankees over the weekend. You are now 21-25, over 500 for the first time this season. How good does that feel?
It feels great. Hopefully we can come out and win again tomorrow and continue rolling.
All right, thank you so much, Adrian. Back to you, Don.
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. And, Jerry, this is one of those wins the Red Sox will remember the rest of the season.
Well, I think so, Don. The fact that they were down in this ball game looked like a certain Baltimore win the way the game was going, but the offense never quit. And they kept coming back. Big nights by Jed Lowry, of course, Kevin Youkilis, Adrian Gonzalez, a big at bat by Dustin Pedroia in the 9th inning. And Gonzalez, we heard him about using that left field wall. Well, he used it perfectly there, and the Red Sox win a very nice ball game, 8-7.
So again, the final 8-7 for Jerry Remy and Heidi Watney. I'm Don Orsillo saying goodnight from Fenway Park. Join us again tomorrow night for Game 2 of the series. Our live coverage from Yawkey Way begins at 5:30. This has been a presentation of Nesson, New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for W.B. Mason's Extra Innings Live.